Yep, I am back. Because I really want to finish this. I haven't been able to actually... How long have you been streaming? I just got back on. I just feel like I should finish at least one game before release. Let's see. So I'm not going to start yet. We only got, what, 9 people in so far, so... I don't want any enthusiastic followers to miss the great rise of the Romans. So for now, I'm gonna tune a few things. Yeah, take the game as far as it. Yeah, I have fixed a few bugs this morning. I thought maybe I should have just been streaming that too, in case anyone wanted to help or watch. Yeah, I'm only in 1437, so I got a ways to go. I mean, I'm just about ready to move into a part of the game where you start to develop economically, because I've dealt with most of the existential crises. I mean, Karaman and the remaining Beyliks aren't nearly as powerful as the previous Ottomans. Austro-Hungarians still are kind of scary, but otherwise I'm doing pretty good. I did some tuning of the various demands and such. So they're a little more powerful. I tuned them up. Actually, I should definitely take manpower. Honor Noble House, yeah, why not? I'll give a recap once a few more people show up. Bug fixing is why you were here. Yeah, I'm gonna keep working on a few bugs. I properly fixed the bug that pertained to the estate levies, so that's done. I had to. It's kind of tricky because, you know, in these options, you know, I had to. There's tons and tons of calculations being done here, and I had to basically hide the proper ones, but exhibit the things I wanted people to see. And what people actually see is stuff that actually doesn't have any effect in game. It just tells you, you're right, like how much loyalty is removed, but then the stuff that actually removes the loyalty is a different hidden scripted effect. But it looks sloppy when it's actually revealed in game. So I have to hide that. I had to hide those background calculations, but then have just the localization stuff exhibited. And that's what's annoying about having redone estates and a lot of other things, is that since I'm not using any of Paradox's script, any of their effects, any of their formal scripts, it takes a lot more code to make the game look like it does when you use their scripts. Can you fix the bug where M&T is not released yet? Yeah, that'll be fixed soon. How long does it take for the previous stream to be fully on YouTube? It seems to be working for me. Hold on, let me can I pull up my previous stream? Let me see. Yeah, for me it does. You have to click it a certain way, I think. I don't know. I looked at it this morning and it seemed to be processed properly. 7-hour video does take about 6 hours to process, I think, on YouTube's end. Stream within a stream. Let me show you the stream I just did with my stream now. Let's see how many levels of Inception we can get. We got 40 people watching. When we get to 100, maybe I'll give a recap. There was another bug. What was that bug I was fixing last night that I said I would deal with later? Yeah, Mount Targon. I thought that was... That sucks. I need to figure out why that happened, that we lost that 7-hour stream. It may have been that I just need to not stream in such massive chunks. I think that even if the stream is being processed, it would still start by the beginning. Yeah. Let me experiment there. Let me see. I want to make sure I don't terminate this stream by accident. Okay, so yes, it says Demian live stream 7 hours ago. So I'm clicking. And yeah, damn. Why is that? I'm gonna reload. Yeah, 2 hours. Is there a 2-hour cap maybe? No, because I have a 4-hour stream earlier. Let me look at the settings, maybe. Because then it says it's 7 hours and then it defaults to 2 hours. Yeah. Why is that? Anyone know? Anyone else have any hunches? I think that even if the stream is being processed, it should start. Noble's saying that they lost. It should definitely be processed by this point. Yeah, well, I don't want to mess it up again for other people. So I feel like... Yeah, I dealt with the nobles losing their levies. There was another bug I was fixing last night. Yeah, if anyone wants to Google why you might lose some time on the stream, maybe it is overkill. It may just be a good idea for me to end the stream and then start it again later. I mean, who streams 7 hours? Could be a bug though. Let me go into my video manager for that particular one. I'm gonna go to edit and see. It says it's 7 hours. Duration 7 hours. Live stream. Streamed on such and such date. Public. So, from within my video manager, it's 7 hours. It's all there. It exists. Remember, guys, I'm learning this on the fly, so I want to make sure I don't make these mistakes in the future. I'm in advanced options. Here, let me. Dunk. I'm probably doing something I shouldn't do, like giving away all my personal. I bet my credit card's like somewhere. It will upload eventually, Kalak. There's a good. I mean, there is a possibility, considering that it wasn't even. I didn't even end 7 hours ago. It will take a while to fix itself. Okay. I had this issue, you know, just with my straight up, just my regular videos, you know, previously, and they were only hour long. It does this with all streams over 2 hours. Okay, thanks, Kalak. All right, well, let's not worry about it then. Let's see, we have 55 people. When we get 100, I'll give a recap. Sorry, I guess I shouldn't be streaming while people haven't caught up. But I'll give everyone a recap. Wait, maybe I can show you the recap. Question. Okay, Kakamaru. Damien, question. Countries with powerful states like France will have low manpower and force limit, yeah. However, it can request huge levies from its grand nobles, yes. They seem to deal with it reasonably well, Kakamaru. Big Ophi lumbering countries like France, it generally tends to make them a bit conservative, which is kind of a good thing in my opinion, because it's really easy to overextend anyway. If you're so let's for example let's look at France. I'm not sure what their condition is right now. I mean, their manpower pool is not that good despite all of this stuff. They're still, it seems to be in consolidation mode. Do they even have an army? What is going on? Do they not have an army? They are in bad shape at the moment. Ooh, okay, they are in... They must have burned through all their savings. Oh, I know why. Plague. They got obliterated by plague, so we're all hurting. But in the event that they were vulnerable, they still have their levies to draw on. The greater nobles. We got a few lesser noble levies too. So they're still safe. But obviously, you know, they're not going to attack, which is kind of a good thing in my opinion. They should recover. Their stability is good enough. There's still a need for quite a bit of AI training. Like for instance, I really need to properly train them to be taking support in the proper way. I was in the middle of it when I kind of got burned out, so maybe it'll be in by release. We'll see. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be doing that much work because I still got to move into my new place, get the new office set up, make sure I don't neglect my kids, get some work done. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Kakumaru, they seem to judge by development rather than like development as opposed to force limit. So that's a good thing. Yeah, thanks Pelpel. Thank Pelpel for doing work on the on the interface. He did a really good job. He did the graphics. He rearranged everything, removed all the redundancies. He also removed a lot of the tooltips that shouldn't have been there and were creating confusion. So thanks Pelpel, wherever you are. I'm glad we finally have a really good art guy. Funny story. The way I originally ran into him is my daughter was getting her second tumor surgery, and we had to fly out of state and everything. And Pelpel just sends me a message and says, "Hey, if it'll make her feel better, I can do a little illustration for her with her favorite cartoon character." And so I did, and it was cool. And I'm like, "Hey, so why don't you also help us with some artwork too?" So he did. Freeloaders. I guess we'll start. Okay. Let's do a recap. Crazy session last session. That's why it lasted 7 hours. It was like just one of those one more turn situations because something was constantly happening. It was a little quiet in the beginning. Took a little land, and then Venice out of the blue decided to attack me, and I'm like, well, that was stupid. I'm going to completely destroy them. That did not happen. It was a drawn-out, bloody war. I managed to seize some land from them, not a whole lot. And we decided that we were going to gloriously sack Venice because they were so incredibly rich. That didn't happen either because the fortress is just way too powerful, and by the time we finally fought our way, up the coast and consolidated in Achaia in southern Greece, even with my allies, we could not bust Venetia. And so we just had to call it a day. However, the good news is that allowed us to focus on Achaia because Venice was no longer, we had a truce with them. And Kingdom of Naples was in a really bitter war with Aragon. You can see here that Calabria was captured by Aragon. So we used that opportunity to move into Achaia finally. We were able to seize Crete from Venice. And so even though it was a long war, it took all our money, it allowed us to gain the rest of control over Greece. And also, every single time I wanted to freaking build a corporation guild, I got attacked or something went wrong, so I had to cancel it, And so right when I built my corporation, I'm like, yeah, I can finally do economic development. Austro-Hungarian Union attacks and had me outnumbered. So another bloody war. Pretty much fought to a stalemate. I wasn't able to take any land. Did a little looting, but it was mainly a cost as opposed to a benefit. So fought them to a stalemate. Pretty much took a white piece. And then from there, I'm like, okay, I can finally build up my manpower again. That didn't happen because the Ottomans were in the middle of a civil war, and we couldn't let that opportunity pass. So went ahead with almost no manpower. I kept bringing in my noble levies over and over again. They basically rescued me. A lot of them died. I think they need to rebuild a bit. So I went ahead, invaded, took all of the rich cities around the Sea of Marmara, but they looked a lot better. I'll get to that in a minute. And so I took those cities, The Ottomans are imploding. Karaman then turned on them and used their allies to start eating up Anatolia. So now the Karamans are kind of the new power in the region. They're pretty beefy and they have some decent allies. But when I took all these cities around the Sea of Marmara, what happened was everyone urged me to do it anyway, even though it created a coalition between every single Beylik in Anatolia against me. And then, of course, they immediately declared war on me. So I basically just handed out privileges to all my estates, handed out favors to all my estates, took every single war support option I could get. My corruption, you can see, is significantly worse because I've been leveraging support out of my I've just been pouring privileges onto my estates so that I can not be faced with an existential threat, you know. And so I was able, by doing all that, to beat off the coalition, but I wasn't able to do much damage because they were still pretty powerful. And immediately after I finally got the upper hand, devastating plague came and obliterated all of my major cities and wrecked my economy. So that was pretty brutal. And of course, I was basically waiting for the other shoe to drop with the Austro-Hungarian Union. Fortunately, Bohemia is pretty beastly and is rivaled with Austria, so I think that discouraged them from going after me. So finally, I feel like I'm in a position where I can finally start to grow economically. Ideally, Karaman and the Ottomans will duke it out for a while, and I can use that opportunity to finally get my manpower back, finally make all the reforms I need to, and then be strong enough so that I can basically improve some of these modifiers, because they've been getting worse and worse and worse because I've just been, in constant warfare. Maybe build some universities, so we'll see. And so, as you can see, money is so tight. It's something that you never take for granted and you never want to waste. There's always just a tremendous amount of pressure on your finances, right? So I've been wanting to improve Constantinople and Thessalonica for a long time now, but I just don't have the money. I've only been able to build one economic building, right, which has improved my income a bit. And keep in mind, when you build economic buildings, it's like a 75 to 150 year turnaround before it's profitable again. Generally not that long, but 75, 100 years. So when you make that investment, it's not like 20 years later you immediately have money. So you really have to think like you think ahead, and it's usually a better idea to build forts so that you're protected, because one brutal looting will really screw you up and you'll lose all the money you invested. So and in warfare, the considerations are so different, because it's not just, you can't just exchange blows. Like when an enemy enters your territory, you really start sweating it, like crap, they're gonna, what are they coming to loot? What am I gonna lose? So it really gets you thinking in that economic mode. You can see Anatolia has been decimated. So the Ottomans, I think, are out of the running. Karaman's in good shape, so I anticipate they got good stability, decent army, okay tech. So I expect they'll be the new power here. Mamluks are out of the picture. Fez is very powerful now. So is Aragon. Kingdom of Naples is declining. Venice is still beefy. So we'll see what happens. The Teutonic Orders is rising. Smolensk is kind of becoming the major Russian principality. Genoa is still pretty strong. They still have a very strong presence, in the Crimea. The plague kind of messed them up a bit, but famine. So, because Spain had been in good shape for so long and then got hit by a plague, they basically had high density, I'm assuming, and high population density as well as province trauma. So then they got a famine, it looks like. Wow. That's a really widespread famine. You can see it probably originated here and then spread outward. These might actually even be two separate famines if weather got bad. Let's check, actually. Select map mode. Weather, rainfall. Maybe not. Let's see. Yep, bad weather. So bad weather, population density, and probably that plague that came along and added some trauma. Yeah. So we had trauma, in you know, due to the plague in Germany, but no famines because the weather is actually pretty good here, which is sort of preventing, you know, its inertia against famine. And the weather's not too bad in the Balkans. Oh, wow. We also have a famine down on the Nile too. Bad weather, trauma. So that explains that. Mamluks have managed to successfully defend Cairo for a long time now. It sure would be sad if someone went and looted it. I'm not saying that I might be that one, but I just check Casus Belli. You never know. At this point, I would like to start to build up a fleet that has more transports so that I can project my power a bit more in places. I'd love to reclaim Sicily at some point, but Aragon's too powerful. Kingdom of Naples, if I wanted to, I could probably move into the Kingdom of Naples. Their allies are pretty meager. But I'm going to focus on my economy for a while. Good weather in England, definitely a bug. Mascar Berber rating does not work because we eventually want to make our own system. Demi must be sad over ripped Granada. Granada's doing okay. Yeah, it's so interesting to follow the economic history, you know, and the population demographic history of what's going on the map. So, going through your questions now. Yeah, I'd love to recover Greece. You know, because it's been fought over and trashed, and so I'd love to get farming efficiency up. I'd love to get some nice big cities, and then I'd love to steer trade into the node. You know, I'm going to try and pull in even more from the Danube, build a nice city somewhere, or capture a nice city. Let's see, where would be an appropriate place? Right here, actually, could be. In Kotar. Oh no, that's Venetian. Lame. These should really be in Danube. I'll have to talk to Cardinal about that. Looks like the Venetian burghers are... Oh no, the Ragusan burghers are building up the city. Yeah, no one can seem to capture Ragusa because their defensiveness is so formidable. See, the Venetians are trying now. They'll probably fail again. But it's become a fairly powerful trade city. Yeah, I need to build more workshops, Mount Targon, because it's a really great way to generate local prosperity without having to project power outward. And once you get a lot of centers of production, the skill that eventually is generated in those centers of production end up being projected outward onto your other urban trade goods elsewhere, and then it can start to upgrade them too. So let's do that. Plan is to build some forts. I'm not going to focus on the Ottomans too much because I really don't want to be fighting my way to a new enemy and then be pincered between two enemies. I'm in Florida. I stayed up way too late last night. But like I said, I was just having I've never had so much fun playing the game. Even though I was like a zombie by 3 in the morning. I was barely saying anything. Okay, let's go. I'd like to start hiring some advisors too. You can see my income is good. It should be better, but I was thrashed so badly by the plague I haven't cored these provinces yet. We'll see. Greece is already doing reasonably well. No, their pop is still crap. Actually, let's get some data on pops. I was thinking about moving this eventually to here somewhere, but I don't know. Okay. So let's look at some of the data here. Right, so you can see I've owned a lot of these provinces for a while, and you can see plague doesn't hurt rural population as bad unless you're really close to ground zero. Yuck. But you can see as the population density increases in Greece, it's going to push up the land under cultivation, and that'll raise the ultimate population faster, right? If I want to increase pop 2, I can also go and I can improve surf conditions. That doesn't really do too much. My greater nobles aren't too powerful at this point. I also need to flesh out those idea groups, Seeker. That is totally true. I'm really behind. Before I do that, though, before I hire advisors, I think the best thing to do is stick some universities in strategic locations, and then use that multiplier to boost my education, and then start fleshing out idea groups in tech. What is it really? Looks like, yeah, let's see, going through your questions. Yeah, Leandar, the plague is over, but it was really bad for us. I think it was the second wave. First wave was really bad. Second wave was really bad. I mean, it literally, very first thing, I'm like, okay, I finally got the upper hand in this war against Karaman and friends. And then, boom, Black Skull. So, Prusa originally was like 10 population. And when the Black Skull popped up, look at the trauma. I basically quarantined the entire city and just let everybody die so that it wouldn't get to Constantinople. And it helped to some extent. It still murdered the other cities on the Sea of Marmara. But they're already starting to recover because all the infrastructure is there. So the urban pop is bouncing back reasonably well. Actually, I'd say build your workshops deep in Greece. Yeah, there's a lot of things I'd like to do. In warehouse. Yeah, a warehouse. So here's the thing. If I want to continue to boost Constantinople's population, let's take a look at their population. So I'm under saturation, right? So I want to try and boost population quickly. Theoretically, if I wanted to do that, I could try to work toward a warehouse district, because the warehouse district is a hybrid building. The warehouse district also doubles city growth rate due to imported food. This is especially effective for large cities with high urban gravity but constrained regional food supplies. So my saturation is low, and I'm probably constrained by Thracian food supply. So that it may be a good idea to build up to that warehouse. What do you guys think? I'll wait on it. Build up a few more ducats. Universities first. Yuck. Yuck. It's really the stability that would hurt the most. Yeah, my fleet, no one's gonna beat my fleet. It's this ring of cities. They're so powerful. I mean, you can't underestimate it. I feel almost like I should build forts there or something. It'd be nice to have some kind of buffer against the Ottomans. They have no allies. My manpower is doing pretty good. I could go against the Ottomans again. My university situation is garbage. The only university I think I have. Well, first off, I'm not. Damn it. That's unfortunate. I don't know, but I'm done giving them privileges because the greater nobles are corrupting the crap out of me. So I'm not going to give them any more. And I mean, this much corruption really becomes a significant drag on all of your progress. Let me check the university situation. Education. Data about our students. Okay, so I'm getting some multiplier, but I still have 11 pupils out of 18 that have no university access. It's just the individuals in Constantinople are getting double educated. I could. So here's the thing about renowned universities. They tend to be more about, see how they have domestic student slots and prestige student slots? This is KJ's stuff, by the way. He revised all my university work. Those prestige slots will end up educating the best foreign students. And so it won't help my education level as much. But because I'm attracting the best students from abroad, it'll improve local intellectual center much faster. So I really need universities pretty bad. If I could, yeah, I don't know. If you're listening, KJ, props on the localizations, by the way. Thanks for getting those. Yeah, institution spread, good call. Let's see. I'm doing pretty good. Renaissance. If I, so here's the thing. If I were to try and improve my universities in Constantinople and create, I could possibly get the Renaissance in the Roman Empire as opposed to in Italy, where it's supposed to be. Michael, it'll be finished enough to have as much fun as I'm having now. You'll just have to be okay with the fact that colonization is kind of meh. The states are kind of meh. Some of the training for the AI is not as difficult as it could be right now. I'd removed a few things and didn't really put them back in. I have banking, yeah. I got it really early. My tech is still garbage. Well, it's not garbage, but it could be much better. Yeah, I think some universities in some secondary provinces could be see, but I really want the economic growth too. I'm gonna bank it for now. I'm gonna bank my money. By the way, guys, what do you think? I was thinking of making a feature where the more money you stash relative to your monthly income, the more inflation goes up, which would discourage players from just banking stupidly ludicrous amounts of money. What do you think? So the reason is because it creates a situation. Yeah, well, it would be pretty extreme. It would have to be a pretty extreme value. But so for instance, it's kind of a multiplayer balance thing. But people can, save stupendous amounts of money and then hire mercenaries like crazy and. You'll never have nothing to spend your money on. But think of it this way. So, it's kind of a situation where... I won't get too much into it. Okay, so bad idea. Scrap it. Meritocracy, you pretty much will have to reinvent it. I was talking to Malorn about meritocracy, and what we were thinking is that if you can remove enough privileges from all of your estates, you'd have a chance to reinvent it. That kind of makes sense. And the thing is, the fewer privileges your estates have, the more they tend to come at you asking for more. It's not really pronounced. It's a little bit, it's a little bit faster. Depends on the scale. But, the idea is it makes sense to always allow some privileges with your estates, because the more you try to rip them away, the more they tend to feel like they should be entitled to some extent. And so in order to get meritocracy, you kind of have to go against the grain. Yeah, I was eventually going to make a banking estate, Michael, which could be really interesting. That would invest abroad and things like that. But I doubt that'll ever happen given all the other things I have to do. If you spend all your gold, it doesn't make the economy. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue for now. Yeah, I was looking at burgers. I need to offer them some kind of favor. What's my inflation currently? Yuck. And I'm going to do something that's also yuck. I'm going to give them this favor and take the inflation. I mean, I know it sounds crazy because in vanilla this would be crazy, but I will happily trade admin points for money. I could do this too, the corruption. Yeah, why not? Inflation is I need to make this better. I don't want to lose my glassware, but there's no center of production here producing skill, and I'm gradually losing that skill, so I'm having to prop it up. So I guess I'll prop it up. No, that doesn't happen anymore. This needs to go away. I don't like this event. I mean, okay, it's nice that I got it or whatever, but free money events are annoying. No, yeah, being behind doesn't really matter anymore. Admin tech reduces the rate at which you gain production, not production, corruption. From when people, your estate's coming to ask you for privileges and stuff. So if you get really far behind, then yeah, you become a more corrupt society. It also helps with it raises carrying capacity, land under cultivation. So it's it's probably a good idea, mate. Yeah, Alistair, Diplotech and Admin Tech both raise carrying capacity. And so you do have faster pop growth. You can't add a tooltip that tells you that, unfortunately. I gotta figure it out. I need better ideas than this. Yeah, unbalanced research is gone. Well, somebody's not happy. So if I build more workshops throughout Greece, what it'll actually do is create fertile grounds to create a new center of production. So I'm still debating on how I should go about this. Culture ideas are still damn good. It's just that prestige across the board has been nerfed. I mean, actually, I probably should take it and get my idea cost up. Well, they do give you the new buildings. I mean, yeah, Miltech is dangerous to be behind in. There's another. Why? What is the other reason? I know when you get significantly further behind in the PopCalc algorithms, it generates issues with pop growth. There's kind of tiers, you know. Yeah, I wonder. Let's see where all my goods are being produced. So I got a workshop here. Workshop here. Trying to figure out the best way to go about this. Marketplace wouldn't help me that much here. No, Joker, yeah, in order to not... it's a mod, remember, it's not something anyone's paying for, so... makes sense just to get it out. If it's a little unfinished, no big deal. Gold mines, they just increase... eventually we're going to have it give you direct money straight to you every year. Just gold, plop. And then you get inflation based on... the amount you're getting relative to your entire economy. But right now it just works like any other trade good at the moment. Yeah, Kukumaro, the problem is with that type of attrition is you can either go for realism or you can make it a complete and utter horrible death trap for all AI. So, which one's more offensive? It's hard to tell, but either way, it's kind of bad, unfortunately. Me in this game, no. It's a bit far away. Clink, yeah, okay. And Muslims are actually kind of fun to play because you get the jizya tax. And that kind of works on a similar principle. With money going plop. I meant clink. Yeah? You want to feed the fishies? I'll be right back, guys. We gotta feed the fishies. Not too Okay, Operation Feed the Fish is over. They've been fed with one excessively large, toddler-sized handful of food. As you can see, life is happening in the background. Well, I guess I should build something now. I should take admin ideas. Yeah?
With you want to, Daddy's gotta work.
Do not go to work.
Here, you know I don't have to work. Here, why don't you talk to everybody?
Can you say hi to everybody?
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Say hi, internet.
Hi, internet.
And don't whisper it. The pop filter is not the microphone. This is the microphone.
Say hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's go out inside in the garden. Come on.
Okay. Go out in the garden.
Got your boots. Come on. Put on your boots. Good job.
Now it's good.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna hold Miss Jordan.
I want to do it.
You want to hold Miss Jordan's hand? Okay. She's waiting on you.
No.
There. There's Miss Jordan.
No.
Come on, Ellie. I got one too. Mommy has to go to work, okay? Let me close this out here, okay? I'll be back later. Thanks. Bye. Yeah, Miss Jordan. Right. Eddie, everybody's got their shoes on. Bye, Dad. What are we gonna look for today, huh?
Okay, so let's see here. Thank you, Frodo, for reminding us that we are all on the internet. So, how's the autonomy situation? Let's see here. There we go. Not too bad. I mean, that's a whole nother thing, right? Improving CE. You can see how, you know, the various ports. Why is CE better here as opposed to here? Oh no, autonomy is because lesser nobles, greater nobles. Yeah. It's Labraxodorus. That's, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Okay, I was gonna build something. What am I gonna build? Touring between universities and more production power. Huh. So once Thessalonica gets a little bit bigger, it's gonna get another upper class. And then it'll benefit more from this university than Attica would. But it's cheaper in Attica. Wonder if I should... Or I could go for the warehouse. Let's make Constantinople great again. Ooh, yummy. Yummy. So many choices. What is my choice gonna be? I'm gonna... Can't make up my mind. Okay, so... First 8 urban pop in this province. So I could build a university which would increase gravity, right? And then a corporation guild, and that should get me to about 8 urban pop, which would fully take advantage of the corporation guild. So maybe that's the way to go. Yeah, because they're pretty much 100%, they're pretty much saturated. they'll still grow above. This is supposed to be 100%. Need to fix that. Or 96%. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna build a university. Oh, building the bureaucracy. Yeah, so you can build a regional capital, which helps nearby CE, or you can build a main capital, which helps a little bit everywhere. So, and you can do that this way. It's disentangled from this modifier here. So, I'd like to expand the bureaucracy. I cannot afford it. Okay, so we're going the education route. So we can get our ed bonus up and get some decent idea groups. You know what I should do? Get rid of that. Thinking, you know, the best time, obviously, to get culture is right now, for obvious reasons. I'm going to do it. I could use the prestige too, which will allow me to give out favors. Not worth it. So I don't want to give out privileges. I'm not able to give favors fast enough. So I'm not going to demand much support. Let's see. Yay, culture sounds good. How does war influence population? It kills them. I mean, ask the Ottomans. They understand that really well. I'd like to get trade, though, too, possibly. I don't know, because that's the only way I'm really going to get many merchants. Yuck! What happened to my court? Did I lose? What happened to my court? Oh, I think I... No, I still have respectable. Let's check the food situation. I think I've got all the proper... maybe I don't. Maybe I didn't put it in yet. I know Flopsy was going to work on it. That's kind of important. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Damn. I need to do that before release. Okay, so what we can do is we can use the clunkier farm-related stuff. So excess food. 40% excess food. That's not too bad in the region here. You can see other places like Andalusia. 50% excess food. 30% excess food. Green means that actually more is eaten. And that may seem counterintuitive, but what that means is that it's being put to good use, right? So if you have tons of excess food, that's bad because you're significantly underdeveloped, right? So excess food does not relate, famine doesn't necessarily relate to excess food. It relates to, it sounds counterintuitive, but it's related to local nutrition basically, and how well food is produced locally on a given, on a given farm or whatever. So this is not a good analog for famine. Because the food that's needed to feed everybody in a given province is way, 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 way bigger than any of the excess food that's there. And a famine is technically cutting way down on food. You know, they only have 50% of what they need. Or maybe, you know, only 40% of what they need. It's a calculation-related issue. It can, exactly. And so, for instance, you know, you have those horror stories of massive famines in India, but food is being exported to Britain, you know. A famine doesn't necessarily mean exactly that sometimes there is often excess food in the famine. It's just not getting to the places it needs to go. It's like the people in the city are like, oh, well, I need that extra flour for that cake instead of, I don't care if it's not being used for bread to feed the hungry. Okay. The main issue, as far as food is concerned, keep in mind the reason food exists is not as some fancy schmancy mechanic for you to manipulate lots and to click all over the place. It was originally put in place as a constraint on growth, right? The fundamental challenge of designing the POP system is that there has to be sufficient constraint on growth. And the carrying capacity of a province is constraint on rural growth. And I needed to constrain urban growth, and so the way to constrain urban growth was excess food. In both cases, excess food and land under cultivation, carrying capacity, goes up only very, very slowly, and so that's a means by which to control that kind of growth. But you can influence the farming mechanics, but it's mainly an automated feature, for balance purposes and to make the system work. Because making a system like this work is way more complicated than you would think that it is. Easy to make a POP system in the Victorian age because in the Victorian age, everyone was experiencing ecological release. They were being released from the carrying capacity of the land, and people were just breeding as fast as they could possibly breed. In a situation like this, you have way more Malthusian effects. Darn. Pretty much, Michael. You can't have massive cities everywhere because someone's got to feed the big cities. However, let's say you're someone dinky. So let's say you are playing as Granada, and you're super duper developed. And you have way more urban gravity than you have food to feed the people. What happens is Granada will then tap into the continental food supply, and someone like, Aragon or Fez or France will then send their excess food at a higher price over to Granada, and then that'll spur their growth. So Granada can have way more urban pop than they can actually support regionally. But you have to have lots of development there because that's where all the opportunity and all of the demand is, right? And what that'll end up doing is it'll increase rural wealth here in the places that are exporting the food, and it'll turn those places into a breadbasket as opposed to urban centers themselves. So if let's say you're France, you don't want to be, you don't want Granada to be, the big soaker up of continental food. You can just burn all their cities to the ground, and that'll change the dynamics of where urbanization tends to occur. Now, blockades don't influence food currently. We're kind of mulling over those thoughts. A lot of vanilla mechanics that are not very moddable are difficult to integrate into the system. Whoa, Kiev. What's going on, guys? Whoa, their population is exploding. Wow. Kiev is going to be scary. We Romans, what was we were 40%, so we're importing slightly. When you have tons of excess regional food, you are not putting pressure on the continental food supply. So if I can urbanize, then yeah, we can start pulling in continental food. So we were doing universities, right? Let's go all in. It's a really bad idea to expand like crazy, Joker. it's a recipe to fall apart. That's why, generally, like my strategy, I was explaining in the last video, the ideal way to expand is the way that empires tended to in history, right? You don't worry about economic growth when you're facing existential crises. But then once you can find a safe way to survive, then you can focus on economic growth and becoming more powerful. The problem is, with expanding like crazy, is it ruins a lot of your core stats. It ruins your development, it ruins your courts, it ruins your education, because these are all based on per capita values. And so if you're an underdeveloped society that just expands like crazy, you don't have as much money to put toward being a high quality country. And so you just, if you're Russia, you have crappy education, crappy court, crappy development, and sure, you might have swarms of troops or whatever, but you have much less resources to leverage for your weight, right? And you end up getting corrupted faster. It generates a lot of problems. Mamluks basically suffered that problem early game. Yeah, I think we finally, if we get all the features in that we want, we should be great at anti-blobbing, and it won't just be anti-blobbing with arbitrary mechanics that kick you in the balls. It's actually stuff that you weigh. Like, okay, you can expand, but you might decide not to, not because there's some hard barrier, but because you're like, you know what, I'd really like to develop economically, I'd really like to have more valuable core provinces and better education. It'll be a much more pleasurable thing than just being like, oh, your aggressive expansion is too high, you better stop. Or, oh, your overextension is too high, so now we're just gonna, put all of these draconian caps in. Banu Rasu is conquering the Mamluks. I really wish I could get down there and claim some provinces. Oh god, if I got Damyat, holy sh... I could steer straight into the Aegean. Wait a minute. I have Crete. I can fabricate claims. Mamluks are falling apart. We might even see Assyria. The Levant is, at game start, really, really good. It's actually pretty amazing. But it gets trashed every game. So does Mesopotamia. Pretty much like in history. Until the Ottomans roll in and build up Antioch again. Aleppo, Damascus is generally pretty good, but it's been looted to nothing pretty much at this point. But yeah, the Levant is very, very powerful. It would be so much fun to play a Syria game because they're so strong. Mesopotamia is super strong. The Nile is super strong. This region really is really well represented as far as the underlying variables. And the issue is that, just like in history as in the game, it tends to get trashed really bad, and so it can never recover to its crazy-ass Bronze Age potential. So now, we're way behind on idea groups. Mamluks are super vulnerable, so if we want to move in, conquer down the coast, grab Damascus, loot Cairo into the grounds. I don't want lots of overseas territory, but just enough to steer trade, I think. But I also want to work on my economy, and if I start declaring lots of wars, that's a great way to get distracted. Austria is going after Bohemia. Hey. Ooh, you like going in the garden?
Yeah.
Well, somebody's dirty. No, looks like Naples is being attacked by their previous ally.
Daddy.
Okay, give Daddy a hug and then we're gonna wash your hands.
You want me to take me?
Nor am I taking you.
Just to get her hands washed.
Okay, alright, I'll be right back, guys. Okay. Overseas expansion and colonization is not very complete currently, so it's just the way it is. Whoa, Genoa. What's going on, guys? I've shown China. China still trying to unify. I mean, China's. We still have to sort out some of the gravity issues at higher levels because the Chinese cities get too big too fast. Yeah, Ottomans got eaten. Yay. So everything is on, in order to keep performance good, all of the algorithms are on, all like the maintenance algorithms and stuff like that are on a yearly pulse. And so it doesn't always update immediately when you construct a building. Otherwise, performance would be really bad. It'd be like, the game would be twice as slow. No one wants to ally me. All I've got is Wallachia. You know what? I need a positive opinion of them. Well, get on that, Kiev. Conquer them. Yeah, so, you know, you can really shoot yourself in the foot if you expand too aggressively. And, you know, you get stuck in that mentality, and soon you realize you're just not really achieving anything that you wanted to. It would be really nice if... can't really steer any trade from Naples. They don't, Alistair. It's generally an automated system. It would just... we can't build enough of an interface to create that kind of... It's impossible to get the sufficient information to the player in order to make it work. You know, if I were making my own game, it'd be easy, but we just don't have the tools. It can look, with all the stuff we've done, it can look like we could do anything, but we can't. Yeah, you could try going Genghis crazy. Oh God. Really? Yeah, UK, there's still some work to be done, obviously. You know, training AI is challenging. They don't fully take advantage of their estates yet to the fullest of their potential. You know, but countries tend to end up in strong postures or positions. So, like for instance, Aragon is on the rise. Austria-Hungary is on the rise. Bohemia was on the rise and having issues. You can see how Kiev is on the rise. Smolensk is on the rise. Teutonic Order is on the rise. So they kind of go through sick phases and strong phases. Is that the only reason? Wow. Well, you know, I have an alliance with Kiev. Can't wait to get pulled into all of their pointless wars. So where's their army? Emperor, probably not. If you're small, if you're a small country, it's way easier to manage corruption. I've been constantly fighting, so I haven't been able to focus too much on it, right? Let's check my education out. Okay, so we got a bump, I think. So now we're educating 12 pupils. The Attica one may not have come through yet. Oh, did they go to a civil war? What? Their stability's decent. What's going on with them? Are they in debt or something? Corruption is something buggy there. Corruption is super high. I think Kiev may have overextended themselves. I'm gonna cheat just because I want to know what's going on as a developer. Stability's fine. Yeah, they overextended, dummies. They way overextended. That was not very smart. And now they have a civil war because they way overextended. Why can't someone who isn't a basket case ally me? This is why you don't do not expand too quickly. Allied with Tehran. Okay. I don't. So, I really don't have enough centers of production. So, as a result, I'm pouring subsidies into here. Okay, so I need to increase my production. I'm gonna bite the bullet. And I'm gonna build that. Isn't it beautiful, the music she's making? I don't even need a soundtrack. Let's just turn it off. Totally unnecessary. I hate these vanilla events. Alistair, pretty much. Might as well. I was thinking about going in and helping him, but nah. I'm not sure this is working, guys. When Smolensk comes, oh no, they're your allies. Well, I don't want to have to bail you out. Well, God, this entire region is just screwed. It's just all through the previous White Horde. It's just one big power vacuum. Now Bohemia is getting wrecked by Austria. Yeah, Austria-Hungary is basically the dominant force in Eastern Europe, it appears. Can you make event that adds local wealth? Yeah, I eventually want to make more events that are more integrated into pop, you know, and then replace all of those kind of pointless vanilla events. Okay. Who hates me? Who is in this? Everybody is in this coalition. Well, I'm feeling reasonably safe. I can get my stability someplace decent. I really shouldn't be doing this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I just want to get my stability up. I guess I should have reduced inflation earlier. Gah. Time for advisors. No, so stability increases on its own. See? Points per year. And then it's multiplied by stability modifier, right? So if I wanted to, I could take policies. In fact, well, let's see, I've taken 2, so that works. I know, it's a bug. They're all, for some reason, all the pictures are all Muslim. Why wouldn't I hire an Ottoman, you racists? I'm offended by your racistishness. Ew. National tax modifier, I wouldn't mind that. Okay, so we're building stuff. Check my education again. I shouldn't need to increase spending much. It's funny, Targon. Tech map mode. Why not? Where is it? I forget. Technology. Yikes. Yeah, Italian's still way ahead of the curve. I'm doing not so good. It's a good thing I built those universities, I guess. So far behind. France really doing that bad? Oh yeah, yuck. France is not doing good this game. They were owning Arumba's face, but I guess... Huh. No, no more, no more! Oh, God. Make it stop. I need a better plan. Wait, there's a bug here. Empire of Romans get minor expansion of shipbuilders' privileges. But then it's also reading that I would get another one. Okay, let me figure out what's going on here. So if I recall, it should be in Papa State events. So here's where all the corruption stuff is calculated. All the events don't come on meantime to happen. They're calculated as a ticker that ticks up over time with a random seed. So they shouldn't demand 2 privileges. They should only demand 1 at once. Privileges are mean. This is where it calculates all of the penalties that you would get. Unfortunately, in this case, the penalties are really bad. So, okay, so we want to find the burger event, which should be privilege to gain burgers. Let's see. Corruption costs. So they would be assigned down here. So it sets a flag up here, right? It goes through a random list. It loops through a random list until it finds a privilege that hasn't already been assigned. And then it goes down to the options. And so the ones in question are minor expansion of shipbuilder privileges. Here we go. No, here. Set that flag. Choose. Shipbuilder privileges. Somehow 2 flags were set. And the point court suppliers. Oh, you know? If one of these improperly removes the flag from a previous event, that could be the cause. Doesn't seem to be the case. This is where we would go into the save file. And oops. I need to save. So I'm definitely not accepting this. But I still gotta figure out why the heck it's happening. Doink. So those 2 flags should be showing up here. Here. Huh. I don't see the other flag. So shipbuilder is supposed to be there. Here's the choose. Nope. And here's the other one. But it was set in 1406. So it was set a long time ago. I think I know what the problem might be. Let's say I took instead the option over here, resist. Did it then properly remove all of the choose flags? Maybe not. So, oops. So what we do is, this is the scripted effect that removes all of the flags that were set in the immediate part of the event, right? And so I have a hunch that they weren't, all of the necessary flags were not removed. So let's check. I don't know. It depends on if I have to head out to work or not. Alright, so this one was the one that was set way back when. Please not be here. It's not here. Problem solved. so CLR country flag 1 and 2, we should be good. So that I don't end up having this happen again next time. Okay, so I saved. I'm gonna restart it, and then when I pick the refusal option, it will then clear the flags properly, and I'll be back in good shape. All right, so didn't have to debug too long. Okay. Are you looking for free game testers? I'll play that mod 24/7 until I die. You know, I keep telling everybody, like, expect to be a little disappointed because the hype is never good as the reality. You know, I've tried to manage expectations. Sometimes my enthusiasm gets away from me, but it's still, I mean, I'm having a lot of fun. Beta testers are having a lot of fun, so I'm hoping you guys will too. That autonomy is going to be bad. That's going to hurt my income. Okay, so now what I'm going to quickly save. Make sure the flags were properly deleted so that they won't double stick me. This will take just 2 seconds. And no flags that I can see. We're good. Back to glory. Okay, so my education is going to be gradually ticking up. Wow, look at that endowment. Phew. And you know what? Let's increase funding a bit so that we at least have parity with a little above church funding. One does not simply stop the hype train. Yeah, we're gonna before release, you'll be able to explore infinite worlds. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna be able to there's gonna be procedurally generated monsters all over the map and everything, and it's gonna be totally awesome. Daniel, all of the choose flags, should have been removed. Did you not see that? Oh wait, choose. Huh. No, you're right. Crap. So it did not fix. I wonder if it didn't update the scripts. That is because oh no. Oh. That's because I plunked them onto the wrong thing. Well, I'm confused now. Hold on, let me see something. Thank you for catching that, by the way. State events. Clear demand flags. Right, they're all supposed to be choose. I'm stupid. Here we go. I also yeah. Yep, so always double check. Yeah, sometimes you only see what you want to see. You know, I kind of, you know, your brain, you're like, oh, I fixed the problem, great, and you're kind of, you know, overly optimistic. It wasn't, so we fixed 2 problems, at least then, I think. Thanks, Daniel, for catching that. Yeah, that may have been the case, Daniel, which explains why someone else was reporting a bug where there were issues with burgers assigning privileges properly. So good. I'm glad we were able to fix that. Hey, Sarv. Oh, Dodakan, you mean like a SimCity type thing? I mean, I'm definitely, there is going to be a lot of growth mechanics and stuff in whatever game I decide to make. I was actually, you know, one of the easier games I was thinking of making was something called the Riverlands. Could easily do it in Unity, but the concept is that you know, you're a people that show up to a fairly arid landscape, and you dig canals and you dam rivers and you transform the landscape by these sophisticated irrigation strategies. And I was basing it off of you know, the ecosystem services that beavers give in environments. It's really pretty incredible. You know, they change the entire landscape. They build dams and dig canals and build lodges in the middle of these new lakes that they construct themselves. It's pretty amazing, but it's fascinating. And those kind of mechanics don't exist, as far as I know, in a strategy game, and I really want to make something that's unique. Okay, so let's test this again. See if it removes the flag. Of course, the other game I'm thinking of in the running is you know, the lifelong, takes me 20 or 30 years, ultimate, you know, fantasy simulator, world simulator type of thing. Choose. Oops. I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Alright, so now bug fixed. All hail the Reavers. Yeah, I was originally thinking that the Riverlands, I'm like, I go to my wife like a while back, I'm like, I got the best idea ever. I'm gonna make a game. It's called Beaver Simulator, and you're like a beaver, and you like do this other, and you dig canals, and she's like, no, you need something more marketable. I'm like, no. People will love beavers. Trust me. They're cute and they're furry and they're awesome. Like, no. You need something that sounds more conventional, but with unconventional mechanics. But beavers, no. You need to. I don't know. Like, maybe. What do you think, guys? Beavers. Beaver Simulator. Beaver City. Is she? Please don't tell me that my wife is right. Back me up here. No, I think choose. I think I got these covered. Unless I'm just straight up missing flags. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 2. Oh, and this save file. Okay, so I should do a poll if I knew how. Right now I'm working on the mod, and I'm working on making the blog, or not the blog, but the building the noob game developer community. That's why I started streaming, was because straw poll. How do I make a straw poll? Oh, you mean like what Roomba does on the website or whatever? This is why I've got you guys around. I am gonna go into my save file real quick that you guys were talking about before I do that whole straw poll thing, because I want to make sure I got all the bugs taken care of. Because I searched for the nearest choose, and I didn't see anything. What was this? No. Yeah, the choose relates to warfare. That's a flag that persists until the war is over. Okay, straw poll. How do I do this? Enter poll option. Enter poll option. Type your question. Alright, guys. Beaver City or Riverlands? And then, let's see, what do I do from there? I'm not streaming on Twitch at the moment, no, I don't think. Beaver City, indeed. I'm sure if I made Beaver City, I'd get, like, yeah, sued by some porn site or something. Beaver and taxes. I kind of just want to figure out how to do this straw poll thing. I'm doing it right now. Browser cookie duplication. I don't know what that means. Create poll. Alright, okay, so then it gives I see. Okay. Alright, my first straw poll. Boom.
Daddy, was this fish too?
Uh-huh. You don't want to see this poll, honey. It's not family friendly.
I need to. I need to do the bubbles.
You want to do the bubbles?
Yeah.
Okay. We gotta see this. We gotta see the poll first. I'm voting for Beaver City personally. Riverlands. Okay. Sigh. You like all my bookmarks? Okay, we gotta pop some bubbles real quick. Okay, ready to pop bubbles?
Yeah.
Bubbles.
Kick.
Okay, can you give some commentary, Ellie, on the bubbles? Do you like popping the bubbles?
Kick.
Click, click, click.
We're all banana. Oh no.
Are we bananas or are they? Which one is you, Ellie?
We're all bananas.
We are.
Oh no. We're pickles.
We're pickles. Okay, we're not bananas. We're pickles. Ooh.
Like me?
Yeah. So, do you like bananas or pickles better?
I know pickles.
You like?
I like pickles.
You do like pickles. Okay. What about spicy pickles?
Spicy.
I don't know, because we can go get you some spicy pickles for lunch. Oh no, we didn't get all the bubbles. Oh. Okay, so this is what actually happens when I don't also have the hand over her mouse. Actually, not doing too bad. Not too bad.
We play another game.
Another game? Okay. We could try Europa Universalis Mutaxis.
Slide turtle.
Okay, Slide Turtle. Alright. Slide Turtle is indeed a much more refined and sophisticated game than Mutaxis 2.0.
What to
You have
say?
good taste.
Turtle?
Okay, so you click. Woo! Bullseye! Oh, you did that yourself. Good job. See, so. Woo! Yay! Woo! Yay! Oh, do you want to do? You want to do this one?
No.
No.
We need to do this one.
We need to do this one. This one here.
Yeah.
Okay. The eyeball alien guy. Okay, which ones are supposed to be closed? This one? Good job. Ah. No. Oh, good job. Okay, are they? Which ones are supposed to be open? Supposed to be even commentary, Ellie. You're supposed to be charming people. Alright. Ta-da! You did it! Okay, let's go get you some pickles for lunch then.
Animal.
You need more? We'll have more. You say bye-bye to everybody?
Bye to everybody.
Okay.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Okay, back. So, you know, even when I have time off and someone else is watching the kids, I don't have an office, right? So, you know, when my kids hear me talking, you know, it's like a homing device. You know, I've found that it's difficult without an office to get much modding work done because it sucks to have to like tell your kids to go away or stuff like that. So fortunately, wife and I are moving into a new place soon, and I will have an office, and obviously still will be able to spend lots of time with the kids. But when I want to work, I'll be able to work. Okay, let's move things along. The Ottomans just got beat up again pretty badly. I think maybe Kiev's getting their act together now that their pretender war is over. It's like at the very corner of a famine. World ain't looking so good. Okay, here's an interesting example of the AI's road building mechanics. So you'll notice these are just diagnostic modifiers for us, the Devs. And roads end up getting constructed down the backbone of a country. That way runners can run down that backbone and then disperse throughout the country to improve CE. They also tend to move toward the most populated cities, like Seville, you see. This is a fairly dense area. So you can see the roads were built down in this direction, also toward the port as well. I don't know what Mew means. I think it's the sound the cat makes. You could either promote cultures by either spending manpower, monarch points, moving settlers in. Theoretically possible, Emodi. Lots of work. Mega. No, right now we don't really have proper culture mechanics. No, you can only do so much at a time, unfortunately. It is pretty fertile, Ghost, which is why there's now a population explosion in effect. So if Kiev can hang on, they have a very powerful power base. Okay, who do I need to make like me? You should like me. Why don't you like me? Yeah, Amniace, have you asked Paradox for permission to sell Mu as an independent game like Darkest Hour? They've had so many failures in those types of projects before that I sincerely doubt they would do it. And I don't think you could translate a mod team like this to a commercial endeavor very well. I don't think that as soon as you get money involved in it, you have a democratic system where everyone's voting, and you need to create something that's marketable and not just a big hodgepodge of mostly detached features and bloat and stuff like that. It just doesn't. I don't think it would work. Now, that's why I'm kind of striking out on my own to kind of do my own stuff, is because I really think I could do something pretty interesting and be able to set the terms, from the beginning of what, of what the objectives are, and I can follow my creative vision a bit more freely. And also, I don't like being so secretive in the development process either. Oh no, have I not been collecting trade? No, I have. Huh. So I like doing things out in the open, like you're seeing right here. Like, bring everyone in, check out the code, etc., etc. It would be nice to do, a Patreon type thing where you're making the game and people are supporting and contributing and giving their perspectives, and you don't have to ever worry about selling it one day, so you don't have to worry about being secretive. Okay, something's not right here. Changes to rivers. Cardinal did make some changes to rivers. We'd like to do more with it eventually. Of course, every time I say eventually, it's actually, who knows what the future will hold. At Joseph, definitely grand strategy. I was kind of hoping when we went to PDoxCon, I could talk to some of the Paradox people. We're going to dinner with them, I believe. Johan and a few others, I think. And it'd be cool to get their perspective just on development and what's practical and what isn't. And maybe I can convince them to let me head up Antiquities Universalis. I love the ancient world. I love the colonization of the Mediterranean by the Greeks and the Phoenicians. So interesting. Yeah, Cardinal did a lot of odd jobs. He did some of the pop data. So all of these nifty, natural ports and estuaries and stuff like that. He collected all that data. He's a history student, so he's pretty good at that stuff. Ghost Tech, technically yes. Wouldn't that be great, Mr. Boxer? I mean, think of the Greek city-states. Imagine pop mechanics with, ancient city of Athens. There's 120,000 people. Think of, Syracuse perched on the tip of Sicily, Magna Graecia, and all the urbanized, environments. Think of Alexandria, towering up above the Ptolemaic Dedioshi. You could do so much. It'd be so much fun. Shemshing population is manpower pretty much. I mean, you get it directly from your population. Yeah, that would be so much fun to do, Tarragon. What would be great is to redo trade, man. That would be my biggest thing. And you know, if I really honestly think that, I don't know if you guys will agree with me on this, but I think the free movement of soldiers is a curse. The way that you can break up armies and just do whatever you want and have no true supplies or anything like that, I think is a true curse in Europa Universalis. I would nix it personally for a completely different system. What I would personally like to see, and this would be way better at making the AI handle it, would instead be you decide to create an expedition in your capital. You organize a campaign ahead of time. You give it the number of resources and money and troops that you want to use, and then you send that campaign on a route to do the conquering that you want it to do. And then they can get ambushed along the way. They can fight battles along the way. You can give it a posture. Maybe you want them to be aggressive and just try to subjugate who's ever there. Maybe you want to fight a guerrilla campaign or something. And this would allow you to have true supply, because then you'd have a supply line running along the campaign path, and a campaign would end either when you reach certain objectives or if you just kind of ran out of steam. Like when the Achaemenids invaded Greece, they kicked the Greeks' asses over and over again. You know, they basically kind of won, but they just kind of gave up after a while because it was getting too expensive. The supply was too demanding. You know, you should be able to represent that in game. You know. I know the AI would be so much easier for the AI to handle, because they wouldn't be recalculating their paths every single frame rate to try and figure out where the player is dancing around with their troops. You know, you would send out the expedition. It would be almost like Hearts of Iron in a way, in the sense that it would move outward, and you know, troops could branch out to capture certain objectives and things like that. And if you were the defender, you could then organize a defense and give an order to try to ambush in a particular place and things like that. It could really be... Yeah, I wouldn't use the supply system in Hearts of Iron, but you could have a true supply line this way, because it would be limited in scope. You wouldn't have troops going all over the place, and you could calculate distance from where you're supplying them from. Yeah, I know. But I feel like my best quality is really the ability to sit down over and over again and never get tired of working on a concept, So I'm pretty sure I could achieve something to that effect. Can't find a way out? Yeah, we've been entertaining that notion, actually. Serfdom will be represented. In fact, it already kind of is. It's represented in many ways by the strength of the noble estates, right? So eventually, in many ways, serfdom will be represented by greater nobles, lesser nobles, freeholders, right? And as nobles get demoted toward freeholders, you have less and less serfdom. Kind of makes sense, right? So serfdom in Sweden was not really a big thing, and not coincidentally, you had not many greater nobles, good bit of lesser nobles, good bit of freeholders, right? So yeah, I mean, we've done so much with just like a scripting language, No, I did not just do that. No, they just spent all my money. I really should just stick it like a post-it note on my freaking monitor so I don't do that. Artists, Demian, I was always wondering. Oh, and I crashed for some reason. Cool. That's the problem with. I really shouldn't alt-tab while I'm loading a save. It's kind of careless. Beaver Universalis. That's Ultimate Fusion. Okay, artist. I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to try. I was always wondering if there could be a causeless ally of the force break of personal union. That's interesting. I don't know necessarily. I'm not the guy that works on the CBs. I'm not sure how I'd have to check the effects and everything. Possibly. Yeah, Chris Ling, I agree. I agree 100% because the war is extremely counter-historical, just the way it works. You have all these massive state armies at game start tromping around with no supply limit, and it's always bothered me. CK2 obviously has a better system with levies and such, but attrition, having no true. The reason there is no true supply system in EU4 or any of the EU games is because of what I was talking about, free moving troops, right? You can't have a supply line when you're just kind of fickly moving troops all over the place like it's nothing. And you're just moving behind enemy lines like it's nothing. So I think many games fall into a development philosophy trap, which they think more control is better, but sometimes constraints are not only good for mechanics, but they can be good for the AI too, And I'd prefer to build a system that also is built around considerations for the AI and how well they can use the system. Okay, rambling now. Yeah, I would love to get a hold of the Clausewitz engine and make something out of it. That'd be pretty cool. I may be on Roomba's Twitch stream. When is it happening? Yeah, Joseph, as far as supply line is concerned, it depended. So large empires generally did have supply lines because they were projecting their power a long way. You go even back to the Achaemenids, they had to deal with supply issues for sure. In local affairs, yeah, it generally didn't matter because they tended to be seasonal campaigns, right? But Cyrus and Alexander and many others, they had to deal with supply issues. But that would be nice to build that into a system, because if you're just Greeks fighting other Greek city-states, you don't have to deal with supplies because you're back home in a couple of days. But if you're the Achaemenids marching from Persepolis all the way to Greece, then yeah, you got with a massive army, then you need to have some kind of supply consideration. Anyway, okay, let me continue. Yeah, supply is mainly a matter of necessity. If you need it, then you need it. Anytime you're fighting a campaign far away. But this is the natural reason why, empires got to a certain point and couldn't expand further. It's just too hard to project power. My burgers are pretty powerful. What I would love is to have my burgers flip here in Constantinople. What's my saturation now that I have a corporation guild? Still pretty high. So Constantinople's not going to get much bigger on its own. Ah, yes! I upgraded to an important center of trade. Cool. What about over here? Yes! Awesome! Minor center of trade. That's just what I wanted. So now I'll start redeveloping production skill, which will keep my glassware in production. And wow, my urban saturation's super low because when I got the minor center of production, that boosted urban gravity along with the other buildings I constructed. As Attica gets bigger, I'm gonna want to build a workshop here. That way I can boost overall production. Yazine trade equals production? What do you mean? Not very feasible, I don't think. Not for what I'd be getting out of it. Oh, center of productions, yeah. It was a center of production, that's what I meant. Yeah. My bad. That's important. I have some silk. Yay? So that's not a lot. Mainly because, I mean, Constantinople's producing a lot, but that a lot is not a lot compared to the total sum of my empire. So. Alright, so. Thanks, Chris. See you later. Let's see. Oh, am I capped out on manpower? What'll I do with myself if I'm capped out on manpower? I should be paying attention. I should be fabricating claims here. It would be nice to take North Africa around the Nile Delta and move trade back to my home node. Because there's already a big cluster of cities here. And I can loot Cairo down and then allow Damute to get significantly larger. I mean, look at the freaking trade value here. Oh man, I could make bank. Whoa, okay, so all this prosperity has allowed greater nobles to build buildings, burghers to build buildings. Lesser nobles built a building in Yuba. Burghers have built a building. They're urbanizing here. Oh, they built a harbor. Cool. That means my CE will get better. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so you can see how peace and prosperity can really improve matters. Anatolian miners. I was thinking of giving a buffer to my cities here. I'm debating it. If I could conquer this little ring here. I don't want to border Karaman. Remember, they have a coalition against me. Like everybody. Oh, they built the town hall? Actually, you might be right. Yeah, you're right. Still cool. So you see there's 0 urban pop, except that there's not really 0 urban pop. It's just got to reach that threshold. What's your total population? So, the Greek reborn Roman Empire is 4,200,000... 210,000, yeah, so 4,210,000 people. Oh, coalition map mode. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I get caught up. So the Ottomans now are in a coalition. So there's kind of a broken Ottoman Empire here. In a coalition against me. Artists, there's no way to capture it, unfortunately. We just don't have the tools. What do you mean, Elistan? I mean, I could, if I was patient, that coalition could evaporate. Grand Wizard Generals, you can. I should probably save up some ducats. I don't want to be stuck flat-footed if Austria and Hungary go at me. I mean, oh wow, Pest is kind of becoming a significant capital and cultural center. Oh man, are they yummy. Oh man, are they yummy. It's unfortunate because Hungary likes me, but their leading partner does not. No, it's 4 million. It's 10k per. So for instance, Constantinople alone, just all by themselves, it's basically 600,000. Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with them right now, but if I go charging into a coalition war with all of the Beyliks, then that is somewhat of a problem. David Foster, that's just improper. Actually, let's fix it. Hey, thanks for bringing that up. So it has to do with the interactions, right? So we're going to zip over here real quick. I have way too much crap open, so let me close some of this. This is Flopsy's neat little pop pulse here that's super handy. This is some of the AI decision making we've scripted. It needs some improvement on my part. Scaling effects we can get rid of. Looting we should be good on. Interactions. I know that's a province interaction event, not estates. Province deep button interactions. There we go. Poo. That's not going to get me anywhere. Here, let's go into debug and fix this. Okay, so this is the offender right here. Philip, there sort of is, I think. And if I was patient, I could have requested vassalization. It just would have taken longer. So there are peaceful mechanics to reunite Greece. I was just impatient. Constantinople got nailed by the plague, so they are absolutely positively not the biggest city. Okay, so I gotta fix this. Rural saturation. So first off, what we're gonna do. Rural saturation. Let's find the actual localization. Demographics, rural density. So then here are the localizations here. Average rural saturation is get this variable. So we're going to get that variable. You can see right here, rural saturation, get that variable. Oh, and that's average rural. This is not the right. Here we go. This is the right one. No, this is not the right one either. This is the right one. Here we go. So it's getting rural density. I think I'm going to need to recalculate a new variable to display here. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. Because this is an important variable, rural density. It informs the pop calculations. But in order to display it as a proper percentile, I'd have to multiply by 100. And I don't want to screw up this extremely important variable, because if someone were to fire that event and then it temporarily changed it to, 100%, you could end up creating mass famines, emanating from that province. So we don't want to do that. So let's move this over here. Okay, so rural saturation. So rural density. Oh, I already did the work. I already made the new variable. I just need to actually put it into the localization. Right, see, so I had recalculated a new variable. I then set it to rural density. And then I multiplied by 100. Cool. That speeds things along. And then I made another one for urban density, urban saturation. Blink. There's one more thing we need here. that I have not put in. We need urban gravity. So let's put that in real quick. Yeah, sorry I'm not paying attention to what's going on in chat. I'll catch up with you guys in a second. I just want to get these things in. But I gotta make sure I get the right variable name for urban gravity. There's a lot of different... Let's see, urban gravity. Why am I not... Here, let's go to Granada. If all else fails, go to Granada. Let's just search urban goods ranks. Oh, I was going up. That's the problem. Country total urban, country urban well-being weight, farming efficiency, urban invested, local urban percents, getting there, modified urban growth, plague death urban count, regional total urban. Jesus, I totally forgot I had urban density. So urban gravity base, urban gravity percent, urban gravity total. This is what we're looking for. Now we need to stick that into this localization. This is the localization, right? Urban saturation, rural saturation. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a space, or an indentation. Not an indentation. I'm making it go down. It's going to be below urban saturation, urban gravity. I'm sure there's a better way to do this. I hate working in localization files. Okay, so this right here is basically saying in the root of the event, which is the province I clicked on, pull the pertinent variable, get the value, display it in the localization. So roots urban density display, I want to replace it with this. Okay, let's save it. And then we'll save the game. I'll restart the game to test it, and then I will look at the 1.5 billion comments everybody made. I'm sure you're like, no, you're doing it wrong. Do it faster here. And then I wasted all that time doing it wrong. Okay. Okay. So now we will continue playing. Oratus, Barbary Pirates are currently removed at the moment because they're kind of gamey and silly. Alistair, I absolutely agree with you. I really need to get back on ideas and tech. I just need to get my economy going really well, get some universities, get nice and tall, because you can project power so much better when you aren't really. It's hard to explain, but like when you have more to spend per capita, you're not constantly in the process of going debt. You have more money to spend on education per capita, more money to spend on your course per capita. There's all kinds of really important benefits to it. If you expand like crazy, all you're really doing is putting yourself next to a whole lot of enemies with not a lot of really good ways to fight them. Okay, so now we're going to check urban gravity. We don't want percent. But urban saturation, okay, there's a space there. Let's fix that real quick. So I added a space. Okay, here it is. Yeah, urban saturation. That space is showing up kind of ugly. And we don't want percent. So that'll fix it. No need to restart again. So you can see in Constantinople, there's 16.4 urban gravity, only 15 people. Since the number of people is below the gravity, that's going to push up growth. Whereas if the urban population was way above the gravity, it would inhibit growth. Simple. Once coalition is gone, I'd say vassalize Aden. Maybe, we'll see. What I was kind of hoping I could do is conquer a little buffer area, build some forts on these super valuable cities, and then kind of just leave Anatolia to its devices until I'm nice and developed. That's kind of a compromise between conquest and economic growth. There's one thing I don't want to do is end up in a situation where I am balls to the wall, no manpower left, constantly on the verge of death, just hoping that some big behemoth doesn't attack me. Let me catch up on your comments too. Let me slow this down. There. Suleiman, no, Demian, you're doing it wrong. Rule by the tallest, like a Vader Zim. I will restore the ERE as soon as I'm capable of restoring the ERE. But I'm not going to be fighting the big guys like Aragon. Demian, how much you focused on a specific country, culture, flavor in comparison to the tremendous work you did in the game mechanics? Almost none. Because the work on the game mechanics is really freaking hard and long, and this project is just way too big for one person, obviously. And so, you know, the M&T team has people, specialists in each region, you know. And when I need knowledge and historical information, there's lots of people on the team I just go to and say, like, hey, can you find out about this place so that we can properly represent the mechanics there. Okay, here we go. Is this... Are you guys... I guess... Yeah, you're doing your job. Why isn't it... Whatever. So, I could crank up my fleet. I really do want to get Trebizond back. And we do need beaver simulators. So true. Fizzcap, yeah, my wife brought that up too. It's a pomegranate. It's Granada's sigil. But Granada's also pretty sexy too, so it makes sense. So I think, yeah, they have monastic towns. So they have really high church influence. And so in areas that aren't very urbanized, they end up with these monastic towns which kind of take the place for urban population. And you can see they give a little bit of gravity and urban production power. If they urbanize, those monastic towns disappear. Wondering if I should try to bank some points. Oh god, my inflation. Better now than later. I'm just gonna pay it down. Whatever, I got so many admin points. Poland's? Adam. Okay, so Poland is interesting. Right now they're being obliterated. Normally they do pretty good. They have really powerful greater nobles. They're very weak early in the game, but they undergo a population explosion by 1500, so if they can survive long enough, they become pretty scary. But they're not. Eastern Europe in general is very non-urbanized, and so it's an uphill battle if you want to develop. Basically, a lot of the food that's generated, all through, Lithuania and Poland and Ukraine, pretty much gets carted to Western Europe because that's where all of the urbanization is, and that tends to actually stunt Polish growth long term. Yeah, I guess I should. I got lots of admins, so. Admin kind of blows now, though. Economic, maybe. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm working on my economy. That could be a good idea, right? Yeah, let's do it. What am I behind on, though? I'm so ahead on military. I should probably go into military. Well... leadership would be nice. I'd feel kind of safe. Well, my mistake was... it's going to be a long time before I can switch, and I'm kind of bloated with mill points. So, I should play it safe for now, and then I'll have a new idea group anyway soon, so I might as well take mill. And I'll have one of each. That'll work. I really kind of like mercenary now. And with burgers, you can get super duper cheap mercenaries and buy you out of a problematic situation. Leader upkeep is nice too. So, mercenaries. Mercenaries give you more loot too. And now that I have a solid base, if I want to go all Viking and start raiding and pillaging everybody else, then that's the way to go. Yeah, David, that's actually an awesome idea. That would be fun. A Roomba would obliterate me though. You have to remember that these guys, they stream themselves playing. I stream myself developing. I just have not played the game nearly as much as they've played vanilla. I know, my corruption is murderous. But there's no way around it. I mean, if I can get my stability up and start revoking privileges... so I should play smart here, shouldn't I? Record. I should build forts, right? That would be a safe thing to do. These are big cities, gotta protect them. And I can't protect them with my fleet anymore, and I've got an entire coalition here ready to stop me. Yeah, okay. Oh, I've got a lot of manpower, so... yeah. I'm gonna construct forts. Forts are cheap in favorable terrain, but they're not as good. So you can see the admin cost is pretty low because my empire is bigger. So, having a big country administer one little road, doesn't take that many admin points. But if I were an OPM, it would take like 300 admin points. So, there. No, Roomba's like addicted now. Maybe not addicted. He was in one more turn mode. He's like, okay, keep playing. I guess he was being pretty challenged, so. Yeah, Nicomedia is like the sister city of Constantinople. It's kind of cool. They have a bigger center of trade. They have better stats than Constantinople. Pretty much. Anatolia, even though it's trashed, in some ways it's better developed, I think. Yeah, exerting some more control. You can see that my estates still exert more control over my country than the state does. And so that means anytime I want to get them to do stuff, they're behind, right, this barrier, so to speak. I don't want to give autonomy. I need the stability, so I'm just going to live with it. I'm going to spend admin points. You know, there's so much less pressure, it feels like, to hoard admin points. And so I'm thinking, like, I could really bum a lot of money off the burgers, but if I do, then they're not going to do this as often, right? And so if I'm just bumming money off the burgers to build urban buildings, it doesn't really make sense because they're going to do that anyway. It's just not necessarily going to be where I want it to be. Yeah, burgers are the biggest power. Mainly because the all the burgers that are clustering around the Sea of Marmara are boosting their power tremendously. The other nobles are pretty rich too. Okay, I have a soft spot for Trebizond. It's like the Anatolian version of Granada. I'll take good care of them. I guess I should start, like, caring about religion. Jesus, what's going on here? I got good communication efficiency. Succession by the sword. Nepotism. They built their own fortifications. Burgers built a building in Nicomedia. Anakin, not currently. I mean, you can kill him off, but you can't convert the culture currently. The Asian version of Granada? Good question. Kind of an interesting point, David. Not sure how I would work that in, though. FizzCap, they do. They build wherever. So, for instance, the reason the burgers built something here is because they want to maintain their control of the province, and also they deem that it's a relevant place to try and build up a city. Because so for instance, you can see here, there's already a natural advantage here. It's a natural harbor. So the burgers said, oh, hey, this is the best place to try and build up a trade city because we're going to get the most effects here. And so, for instance, you can see they built a building in Nicomedia, obviously, because they too want to maintain their control. Because you see, there's close to being a flipping point here because there's rural pop, and I need to localize that. And the Isthmus too. You see, there's a bonus here too, so they deemed that it was important to build here. Let's fix this localization. Fort is building. Let's just be lazy and shove it in here. Oops, no. Wrong syntax. I need a better icon for that too, don't I? That was just a lazy placeholder type thing. I'll deal with that later. Description of fort. Whoops. Fort is building. A fort is being constructed here and will be complete in 2.5 years, I think. There. What about Aruba? Actually, you're right, Ellis. Then after the fort is done, I don't want to get looted and then just lose it. Alistair, a reasonable level of corruption is, whoops, that's my Unity stuff. Is not 23. 23 is kind of middle range, getting into dangerous territory. And you know, I've been in so many fights and dealing with so many plagues and crap that I've handed out privileges like candy. And it got me to where I was in a safe spot, but long term, not a sustainable strategy. I should start caring about stability, I think. Okay. So, my stability should be increasing relatively rapidly. I should give out more favors just to get that extra edge of stability points, even though it isn't a lot, right? So offer favors. Why not? A lot of points there. I mean, you can see how beneficial privileges are. Lots of stability, lots of loyalty. When the plague came and the famines came and everything, like, I was at one point I was at -3 stability. And I was just like, privilege. And then when I was attacked by the Austrian and Hungarians, I was like, privilege. And then when I was attacked by the coalition, I was handing them out. So I need to start considering revoking, but I need stability to do that. So, you know, you guys, Kiev, I don't know if this is working, guys. Ellie, I want to go to bed. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to bed for just like 3 minutes until she goes to sleep. Oh, hi.
We'll go to bed.
Yeah, let's go to bed. Come on. I'm tired. Are you tired?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like me. Alright, let's go lay down. o'clock or at between 2 and 6? Some nice giving cash or something? Okay. Okay. Alright, see you. Bye. Okay. Alright, let's get down to business. Okay, let me catch up. Looking at everyone's comments. Banter, 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 banter. Banter, banter. Oh, cool. Everyone's in order from. That's what I love about this crowd. So international. So crazy, like just a few hundred years ago, you know, people from all over the world, no one could see eye to eye. But nowadays it's like you get into a big room with all these people, like, you know, live chat, streaming, gamers all together, and it's like unless you hear someone's voice, you have no idea where they're actually from necessarily. Everyone seems like they're the same. The world really has flattened. It's kind of inspiring in a way. Okay. Huh. It's so funny, yeah. M-Ray. It's like maybe I'm just a jerk or something, but like I take pride in butchering names. I mean, if I had been in charge of doing like names of provinces and stuff, it would be a million times worse. Because, you know, I'm an ugly American and I think everything should be anglicized. Why kilometers? What is a kilometer? But so help me God, if you misname an American province, then there's hell to pay. Okay, I think we're caught up. Okay, let's go. So we started building some forts on our cities in this little ring. It's a very wealthy, ring. You can see. We gotta get the autonomy down to make it worthwhile for the state, though. I mean, when we build the forts, it'll start to degrade the fortifications, which will put some relief on the autonomy. Pretty beefy. Not everyone, Jewel. Not everyone. I'm still propping up this damn industry here. So it takes a while for the production skill to build up here. Can I check for production skill? This is all stuff we were gonna put in. Should we put it in? What do you think, guys? Do you mind if I put in production skill to be viewable? Let me make sure it's not bugged first off. I need to improve the localizations of the modifiers so that we know exactly what centers of production do. They give you skill, right? Centers of production. Most of the skill goes into the province that they're in currently. And once the skill gets high enough, the urban good upgrades. It becomes more valuable and it can give you some bonuses, right? Right now, there's no easy way to see what the skill level is. Here, let me go to. No, I'm not going to human. I need to get that province ID. Debug mode 147. That's Thessalonica. Whoops. 147. I forget exactly what the variable's called. Urban production scale. At 75, that's normally when it upgrades or maintains a luxury good. So I'm getting close. Right now, I've got to prop it up, though, if I don't want to lose the good. Whatever, I'll lose it. And the reason is because I would prefer to actually have more silk. Glassware is a dead end at the moment. I'll never get it very high. So, goodbye. So see how it degraded? It's a good opportunity to show you. It degraded to metalwork. Oh crap, but I don't want metalwork. I want... Actually, yeah, steel might be good. Silk and steel, if we want to become an urban manufacturing society. Because steel gives you good military stuff, silk gives you good government type stuff. Hold on, let me catch up on all your stuff. So yeah, we'll add in Kukumaru. Would you believe me if I say my grandma is from Grenada? Welcome to the development team, Kukumaru. That's very cool. You'll have to tell me about that. I elect you to make Grenada great again. No, not again. Even greater, because we all know we don't need to make Grenada great again. It's already great. Yeah. Homunculus, your messengers, will they be able to reach provinces that are landlocked and cut off from the rest of the country? Yes, if they're close. Runners also run through vassals and PU partners and stuff like that. Civil services are no longer in the game. They were stupid. That's the trade good. It's like bureaucrats don't pay you, you pay them. So I never quite understood that. Yeah, so Ken, the reason that it kept happening was because originally Thessalonica was a center of production. The reason it was a center of production was because there was more production throughout Greece before the war. Before all the wars broke out. The wars destroyed all the workshops. And Thessalonica was isolated as a manufacturing center, and so it was no longer a center of production because all of the other manufacturing was gone. It was just a place where production was happening. Does that make sense? So the skill ended up falling because there was no center of production there. And I kept propping it up by pumping money in because I was eventually intending to build up this minor center of production again. That was the reason. Okay. We almost at the... Okay. So we're going to put in production skill because people need to understand that. And I'll explain production skill eventually. And I think I already did it in localization, but I committed it to the wrong branch of our repository. So I'll just have to transfer that over later. But what I want to do, I want to stick it in our economic data down here. Eventually we can subdivide some of this so that it's neater. We can have new pictures at some point. This is still kind of alpha version demographic and economic data. So let's think. Where would we got the name. It's called Urban Production Skill. Right? That's all we have to do is... Where was... interaction button. Yeah, the button interaction. That's where it was. Let's get the province ID 903. Okay. 903. So let's just add another line. Give it 2 spaces just so it's not lumped in with the wealth data. Urban production skill. And remember, we're still going to be a little light on documentation and information on how this works. I'm trying to get as many localizations built in as possible. You know, an actual manual takes a lot of time. An actual wiki takes a lot of time. Hopefully we'll get all that done eventually. So that looks good. we just stick this in here and get rid of our reference. So now urban production skill, when we click the interaction button, it will then check the root of the interaction, which is the province, pull this skill out, get the value, and then express it as a localization in this form. One day, we hope, and hopefully everyone will plead, for Paradox to allow us to do that same thing, but expressed in a modifier. Because you see base urban gravity modifier, that is not actually variables being nested there. That is just text that I wrote, right? And if we were able to embed variables, then you could hover over the center of production and then just see your skill right there. Boom. But we can't do that, sadly. Let's see what kind of advice you guys had. How were you pumping in money? An event fired. If I go 10 years without, having revived the industry, I have to keep pumping money in. We need this 2.0 now. Yeah. It would make sense. It's not going to be that much different after PDocsCon, but it'll have more oomph. We can go to the horse and pony show and then be like, we're releasing the Great and Mighty 2.0. There probably would be a tooltip on that event telling you that you will degrade your urban good if you take the second option. Yes. That's a good idea. I don't know what the event ID is. I didn't check. But I think I know where it is. Let's go ahead and fix that. Mine's looting. I think it's fired off the census. So here's the heaviest lifting event in the entire game. It's not as long as some of the others. It's only about 6,000 lines. But it's constantly checking every province and doing calculations in every province in every country. Recalculating farming efficiency, recalculating all of those variables you see. And so remember, when you're playing the game, it updates every year. So you build a building, it's not going to recalculate the variables immediately, because as you can imagine, if we did this like every frame rate or every day in game, the game would be every computer in the world would explode. That's how bad it would be. Okay, what was it doing? Skill. Here's where urban production skill gets calculated and distributed. There should be an event ID somewhere in here, which should... There's all scripted effects. Okay, so this is the area that defines where... So for instance, right here, upgrading urban good to luxury good if necessary. So if you have a lower ranking good, but then you meet the threshold of 75 urban production skill, it'll then fire some events which allow you to choose a good. And then it'll set the necessary modifiers. Province event. Let me look for province events here. Every province. Okay, here it is. Every census, it will check every province to see if you have the best type of trade good, but not the urban production skill to sustain it. In which case, it fires this event, which we will now go find. Here we are. Let's also, on a separate, somewhere else, I'm going to look up the localizations on my other screen. Just so it's running the search while I'm doing this. Okay, so it's looking for the localization. Okay. So let's get an example in front of us. We're going to console fire the event. so we can see it in front of us and know what we're missing. And then we can just load our game after. So in 3781, we're going to fire that event. They're not really abandoning the workshop, but... So we want to make the custom tooltip here, right? Let them go. It is time we faced reality. That doesn't really express what is happening. This is an old event, by the way. This is one of the first ones I made back when I was making the pop system in general. So it's good that we're updating this. Also, spend 72.25. That's... We need an integer there. Like I said, this is showing its age. So what we're going to do... We're going to use our little trick. We can't round it to the nearest integer, but what we can do is we don't have a tool to do that. But what we can do is some of you will remember that Paradox, you can only store variables to 3 decimal points. So if you divide by 1,000, it automatically turns something like this into this. That was Flopsy's trick. Thank you, Flopsy. So, and then we multiply by 1,000. So now we have an integer. And now we need the tooltip, which will be here. Here's all the downgrade effects. It's funny because the option looks like it's empty. No, it is not empty at all. So custom tooltip, tooltip, downgrade luxury good, let's call it. Now we're gonna want to stick the tooltip. I'm just gonna, this is technically event localizations here, but I'm gonna, let me show you. Sure. There. I'm just going to stick the localization near the event for practicality purpose. Downgrade luxury good. What would be the most clear thing to say? Yeah, I'll explain in a second. I just got to figure out localization for this. Okay, I'm just going to say... first off, we want to make the text red, maybe. So that people know, like, ooh, something bad is happening. Right, so... so we'll do that. Oops! There. So we're gonna encase it in this... Okay, so... Our... If we select this option, our luxury good will be downgraded to a second tier blue good. There. Now we have the tooltip, and it should show up right here. Now let's test it, and while we're loading, I can answer questions. Now, some of you aren't going to be interested in live debugging or whatever, but hopefully it's interesting to see kind of how the process works too. That wasn't really so much a bug as just, you know, polish, right? So different tiers of urban and luxury goods. So you start out as a mundane good. When you build a new province and you build up its industry, it's a mundane good. If you have a mature center of production nearby, it will start dumping skill onto that province, right? So let's say you have a Florence nearby. It already has maxed out its own skill. Any skill it generates from that center of production will then pour onto other provinces that aren't necessarily centers of production themselves, and then upgrade them to higher quality goods. Once you get to luxury goods, a calculation is done that determines how much of that good you have per capita, and then you are assigned a bonus. So if you're Florence and you're really strong, or you're not, excuse me, and you're really developed, and you're kind of a tight little country with lots of urban goods per capita, then you have a really big bonus, right? If you make that same amount of luxury good as Florence, though, but you are the size of the Ottoman Empire, then you don't really get any bonus because that, it's diluted with your population. Alistar. Yeah, so here's... What would be nice is if we had specific tooltips for each good. I don't want to bore you guys, though. See, here's all the different types of goods that can be... Right, so if I wanted to be really descriptive, I could write 3 separate tooltips and then write contingencies based on the numerous types of goods that are there. That's going to take a long time. I can do it later. The actual effect is that you just get downgraded. If we select this option, our luxury good will be downgraded to a second tier blue good. Yeah, I mean, that's the effect right there. I'll add an extra line. Second tier goods are less profitable and do not give special bonuses. Try to avoid too many decision menus that aren't necessary. I mean, tutorials, yeah, I can jam places, but can you buy goods bonuses? I mean, you can build stuff. Yeah, Matt Offlin, I was actually thinking of trying to come up with ways in which those goods interact with the courts now that we have a new court system. Good idea. Thanks for reminding me. We should do that at some point. It wouldn't be terribly hard to do that. So it could be much easier to have a luxurious court when you've got cheap silk all over the place, right? Good idea. Yeah, let's do that at some point. Drop me a reminder. Let's write that down. That'd be kind of a fun little thing. There's obviously a lot to do, but okay, so let's test that event real quick. There we go. If we select this option, our luxury good will be downgraded to a second tier blue good. Let's load. Oh, import silk. Oh, I see what you're saying. Presumably that's already happening just with trade, The idea is that when you're manufacturing a lot of silk, it's super cheap, and so it's super abundant in your society, right? And so there's more of it, and so they are rewarded for the prestige. Just like steel. If you have tons of steel, then it's cheap in your society, and so it stands to reason that your military is going to have better weapons or more of them because they simply it's easier to buy steel. Right? Supply and demand in the way. It doesn't make any difference, Petros. Those are all background variables. It doesn't really inform your own income very much. So building at the end of the year doesn't make any difference. And it also floats, so you never know for sure when it shows up. Yay, vanilla events. Yes, Svei. Unfortunately, like I said, some of my localizations never made it to this current copy. I was trying to update the Mandate of Heaven one, and I spent a couple days, preparing localizations. None of them made it. Flopsy was telling me how to cherry pick over to get the localizations in. So unfortunately, Roomba didn't get all of the handy information that he should have gotten. I'm making bank. So, Alistair, I think you said we should really increase our education and such. I'm inclined to agree. What are we spending on education? Still increasing slowly. Ooh, our universities are significantly better, but we still have pupils without access to education. So we need 3 more universities, ideally in places that don't blow. Ouch. Ouch. I mean, this is where the upper classes are, so this is where the impact would be, right? Theodore already has a university. Not currently, Svi. Matt Offlin, that's already the case with paper. Gives you tech bonus. So for instance, let's look at my, I have some silk. I mean, it doesn't give a lot because I'm big and I only have 1 center manufacturing silk, I think. What am I? Oh, interesting. Okay, so if I were to continue to upgrade my skill here, I could upgrade this cloth into silk and have more silk, and that would up my bonus, which would actually be good because it'd be good. It would be good for a lot of tech stuff. So let's use the new thing that I made, which apparently is not here for some reason. Should be economic. Damn it. Wait, urban wealth is declining? Oh, because I got thrashed. Yeah, so Prusa's in bad shape. What's going on? What did I do? It should be there. That was urban wealth. Oh, crap. That sucks. I guess I saved over it by accident. Let's fix that. I had 2 of them opened. Urban production skill. Yeah, Matlin, that's true. I mean, that may be one way to handle it. Yeah, 30% of your pop is Bulgarian. You should promote it. Yeah, I think I could do that. Let me just fix this. Urban production skill. Let me verify that that's the right variable name. I mean, I'm pretty sure, but I always try to make sure. Yeah, it's the right one. Sorry, I'm going to do this to you again, guys. I'm going to reload just so I can see what the urban production skill. So when Prusa got looted twice and Plague hit, it by the way, it put them behind. So they're behind. It's going to take a long time for their wealth to recover. Sort of, it represents the debts of all the people that still remain and things like that. All the stuff that still needs to be rebuilt. Okay. Alright, so what's everybody saying here? I was thinking maybe there's already an old vanilla manpower development map mode that should do it. No, I don't think so. I checked. I could be wrong. So much paper could increase. Promote Bulgarian culture. Isn't there a modifier like universities do affect investment to education? Could be 1-2 for court. Yeah, Rothman, you're right. So what we wanted to do is create a mini little palace system. So, you know, when Granada made the Alhambra, they invested tons of money into a super awesome palace, and then that persistently improved their prestige. You know, and the magnificence of their court. So yeah, we eventually like to have that for courts, but to a somewhat diminished effect. We don't want courts to be too easy to get. We don't want it to be identical to education, otherwise it's kind of tedious to have dual mechanics. Half Joker, that's a good idea. Anyone who has any comments about how I should better organize my streams, please give me, you know, plenty, as I am new at this and don't know what I'm doing. So Can I fix it right now, actually? Let's see. A description. Oh, Demian live stream. Okay. Demian live stream episode 4. I'm going to start that with Mew and taxes. I guess developer, so people know who I am. Demian live stream episode 1. And I'll do a description later. Okay. Alright, so... Right, so... Oh, you know what I can do? I can put in a little variable here later that tells you how long it's going to take for your good to upgrade. Wouldn't that be cool? We'll do that later. I don't want this to bore too many. Some people are surely here to see the glory of the Roman Empire restored, so we'll do that later. And that would help people like Roomba considerably. Open the Twitch channel. So, can I use my encoder simultaneously in Twitch and YouTube? Or should I just stick with one or the other? Yeah, I intend to stream on a regular basis now. Oh, upper class map mode. Thanks for reminding me. That would be good. Man, if Paradox could give us a way to make our own real map modes instead of stupid hacky map modes. Yeah, so I don't... Oh, manpower. No. Yeah, so it's true manpower. It's not manpower points. Right, so all we have is true population, true manpower. Alistair, I agree. I like YouTube better because people on Twitch tend to be more likely to be assholes. No offense. YouTube seems to be way more mature. I remember, God, I used to say, like, my wife and I love to play League of Legends for a while, and it sucked because people could just be such jerks, you know. And as soon as they know you're a girl, you know, then they really pour it on you. And it seems like you get those types of people on Twitch a lot of the time. YouTube mature. I may be wrong, the hand speeder. As long as you don't get too popular, you'll survive. What's a Maymay Lord? I'm sorry, I'm an old fart apparently. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, hand speeder. Nothing on the internet is mature. It's relative, right? Just like there was no true religious tolerance in this era of history, it was relative. Instead of Al-Andalus just killing you and flaying you, they just, you know, gave you an extra tax and said, okay, you're not the true faith, but, you know, everyone makes mistakes, so pay up. If you did anything on Twitch, a what is this question would pop up every minute. Yeah. So where do you check the population? Development map mode? Yeah, so population's right here, right? Trying to get to the bottom of these questions. It keeps popping around. Demian, do you believe we can reconquest south of Iberia with Fez? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so, you know, the Marinids, there's a truce between Granada, Fez, and Castile at the game start because there was a Marinid invasion attempt to recapture Seville, and Granada and Fez almost succeeded in reconquering Andalusia, but they failed. So it's a perfectly plausible notion. Happened in history almost. So I think YouTube is a lot worse at engaging commenters. Why do you think that, Minko? Oh, meme lord. You're absolutely right, Alistair, actually. It's funny, I actually read about the invention of the concept of memes from Richard Dawkins way before it was like a thing. It's funny hearing it spoken about so much now. A meme is information replicator like genes. Are you going to number the streams? Yeah, I should. Actually, there's mature people on the internet, aka point out every actor there is. Who's Cap? I love you and hate you at the same time. Meme lord is sorry for language shitlord, but with memes, so it's modern. I'm glad I'm doing all this catch up. You know, at some point I became an adult, and you know, like when you're in grade school and you've got like the teacher who's like totally clueless about all those young kids are saying. Like, that's me now. I don't know when that actually happens. It's kind of sad. Probably happened when I had kids. So there's no possibility that Paradox might allow me developers to break in custom map modes. Who knows? Maybe one day. I mean, Paradox, you know, is great. They make lots of mod tools, and I'm sure they want to. Okay, I'm going to try and get to the bottom of this here. Twitch, because you can do Kappa. Alright. I feel like a lot of people never actually become adults. That's true. So, you're right. I have tons of Bulgarian population. I guess I should consider promoting a culture. How many cultures do I have to promote? 2 out of 3. What? Do I really? Yeah, 30%. Yeah, okay, let's do it. The penalty we're suffering right now is like... Wait, why am I not getting a bonus tax modifier here? Is that accurate? Shouldn't primary culture give you... Yeah, no, I didn't select it, but I'm wondering why my primary culture is not giving me an even bigger bonus. Yeah, where's the plus tax? Let's see, I heard that policies gained from ideas were removed from the game. Is that true? They were for now, Damien, but we're going to have new policies. Wondering what I'm really getting if I promote them. I'd prefer they just promote a rebellious culture later. That whole tax thing seems a little screwy. I need to create better pop mechanics relating to accepted cultures. I'll have to figure that out later. You did great work. Of course, the whole team did. But yeah, even from just watching the streams, I think we will. Okay, yeah, thanks. Demi-inception. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue. I'm gonna ask in our Slack real quick what's going on with the whole culture tax thing. Hey guys, is there supposed to be tax bonuses on yellow culture, but none on primary culture? Kind of weird. Maybe it's just not showing. So base tax, luxury tax, and now we go over to Bulgaria. Brother culture, WTF. Huh. That is, I'm pretty sure that's got to be an oversight. Pretty sure that's a yellow culture. I'm going to go conquer those yellow cultures over there. Can I just destroy every last one of these vanilla events? Which one is this? Oh yeah, this just so improves the quality of the game. My philosophy is primary culture should be better than secondary culture group. And theoretically, this is better if I already have the same religion and I'm not worrying about unrest. So it's also producing money from nowhere. I don't like that. God, David. Jeu de Paume is just a tremendous... thank you for reminding me. It's just a tremendous bloaty... I know some people love it, but not Demian. All right, want to hit the Mamluks? They're at war with the Hafsids. Let's do it. We got money. We can use all the loot we take from Cairo to finance something big. Last time I checked, their mill tech was, yeah, we're gonna conquer all of Cairo, or all of Egypt here. Not conquer, but oh, and we can upgrade our troops. They don't even have gunpowder. They're shooting arrows at us still. Their corruption is so bad, I guess it makes sense. Is there still swivel guns? Oh, thanks for bringing up centralization, actually, because I need to check to see what my absolutism is at the moment. See, absolutism has been changed to be called centralization. And you take a policy to increase centralization. It's way easier now to deal with than it was before. Yeah, Magna Mundi really kind of ruined it for everybody. So, yeah, but the Romans aren't barbarians like the Mamluks, so add a little bit of Roman arrogance and it makes everything look better. I've never been so flush with manpower. I should build some roads hardcore. That's it, yeah, just enact the policy. Yeah, I'll go max loot. I just gotta get there before... Oh, the Hafsids. The Mamluks are beating up the Hafsids, even with their dismal tech. I guess Fez has been so ravaged by... Hafsid's been so ravaged by Fez. Let's take a look at Fez. That's a pretty big city. Luxury goods, significant trade. Minor center of production, minor center of trade, regional city. It's pretty good. Okay, so let's play this safe. This general's got to be ancient. So, okay, let's do this. Oh, you know, I'm kind of dumb. I should be making ships. It'll be too late now, but it'll be useful later. I should really be able to go Viking now that I have a big enough fleet and enough money. Yes. I'm not going to war. Yeah, I'm moving everyone to Crete. Actually, because then I can ferry soldiers over much faster. Whatever. Yeah, David, I have a method we can use. You can actually you can project influence and trade power in nodes you don't actually have any presence in. So there's a way to do it. And what I like to do is have the trader faction, you know, and the burghers basically be, which is technically kind of the same thing. They would be spending their resources trying to penetrate different markets, you know. It might, Mr. Boxer, I don't know, that's not my area. Let's move things along here. Oh. Actually, last time I checked, I had a decent city here. By the time I get these ships moved over, gosh. Yeah, maybe I just want to wait for the ships. I'm not nearly built out to my force limit, but I'm feeling pretty safe in general. You know what? I think I might. Let's see. There's no good candidates for cities anywhere here. Thinking about eventually building a city here. God, my CE is so bad. I need roads. Maybe I'd build it here. I want to build a fort that can kind of cover this area. While I'm off. Survey. I mean, you know, it's kind of play, like, you know, people, I guess some people prefer more direct mechanics, and some people don't. So I don't want to sound like an arrogant jerk and be like, oh, their mechanics suck. You know, it's kind of preference in a lot of ways, but mechanics that I really like with PDOX games or with EU4. I'll get back to you on that. Nothing comes to mind. I'm gonna have my ship soon. Come on. Yeah, it's finally nice to feel comfortable with my place in the world. I felt really, first 100 years were really pretty scary. Why is Constantinople so small? So, right now it's way bigger than it was in history in 1451. Remember, at GameStar, a lot of the cities that would become big were actually pretty crappy. And just in Justinian's time, it was like freaking 500,000 people, bigger even, before the plague. But it just basically been declining pretty much ever since then. And then by the time the Ottomans had surrounded, it was practically a ghost town. And so it's resurging reasonably well right now. But, these things take time. It'd be so nice to redo sailors. Turn it into something else. Like military equipment or as a display for stability. Just kind of move it over here. Okay. So I've got 9 transports. Yeah, Constantinople is twice the size it was at GameStart. 67 pop is 670,000 people, yes. But remember, these are all people living in the suburbs, huddled around the outside the walls, so to speak. I accept your challenge, lol. What? I shall loot Cairo. Doesn't really have that much, but max loot, rampage, bring money home, build up Constantinople. Challenge accepted. Hi guys. Oh. Right. Okay. Can't seem to click. I give up. Go home. I love messing with you warmongers. Svei, that's an interesting idea. I wanted to have a loot CB for hordes, like just like go to war just to take loot, you know. All right, let's go. The more I think about this, the more I really should bring some more troops, don't you think? Well, that's my war goal. There's nothing there. I might as well. I'm going for the Nile. I'm just going to take my war goal so my war score ticks up at least. You guys grab the war goal. Yeah, I guess I should just land it over there. Didn't lose that much though. Wow. Remember, did I get Merc ideas? Loots! I need loots! How do I get loots? Loots? I'll loot the crappy provinces first. Although, yeah, I'm just gonna hang out and wait, cause otherwise, I guess they're just in complete free fall at the moment. -3 stability, -90 prestige. Yeah, they're dead. I mean, they've been fighting a war for a while, and they've been having internal issues, so. Bankruptcy is very rare now. It's pretty darn hard to go bankrupt. This is going to be stupid easy. I mean, it looks like the Mamluks have already been gutted quite a bit, but I should be able to get something out of it. Why not? They were rich. They're ruined now. They're corruption. This is what corruption does to you when it gets too high. See? This is what you don't want to have. To be fair, the Mamluks, I probably tuned them to have too much corruption at game start, too many privileges, so I gotta probably scale it down a bit. Come on. I should be able to handle a supply. Well, we can bop up to the Levant too, and wow, they're already pretty ruined. There's slim pickings up here. A attack the last few places that are unspoiled. A lot of work needs to be done on corruption. Unfortunately, it's got a ways to go. And so at some point I need to be doing some conversions. Alistair, true. The Ottomans usually move straight into Egypt and wreck everything and conquer everything. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, I got a long way to go. Hang out. So, how are things? And stuff? Stuff good? How many Greeks are left in it? How many Greeks have I abandoned to their fate? Well, most of them is the answer. Mastar, that's yes, right. So you can attempt to fight the corruption. Right now the mechanics aren't fleshed out very well. There's only peaceful revocation. So we may have to wait longer. I'm not losing stability. Slow down, you got to slow down and take it easy. Slow down, got to slow down and take it easy. Whoa, yeah. Yeah, so Stan, that's my dirty little secret at the moment. There is no negative consequence right now. There's supposed to be. Except that you can't request things of them. The negative consequence that's supposed to happen, that is a work in progress, is that they start throwing bombs at you. Anything from revolts to hindering your tax collection, and so then that gives you a sort of CB against your own estates to then revoke privileges rapid fire. And so it's like a little mini crisis that plays out that destabilizes your country, but it gives you an opportunity to basically remove a lot of corruption quickly at a very punctuated cost, if that makes sense. Oh, that's terrible. But that's going to take a while to implement properly. I know, bombs. Who would have thought Napa bombs, right? That was a census event that hit that slowed us down. Almost there. Oh, yep, we're here. 1453. I do. Yeah, it's like the Mamluks are waiting for their doom, and they're all like huddling in Cairo, all duck and cover for like a year and a half. Like, when are they just gonna end it? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Almost there. Oh yeah, you bet I'm gonna loot Cairo. Max loot, Ann's mercenaries. I mean, the fluid wealth has been depreciated pretty significantly, but the urban infrastructure, like, I want to destroy it for two reasons. First, when I take Dumyat, I'm going to turn that into my trade capital, and so I'm going to try to funnel all of the money, or all of the food into Dumyat instead and build that up. and then use that to transfer trade because it's got better fundamentals. And then I'm going to use that to funnel as much trade as possible up to here. I don't want to own a lot of land in Egypt. I just want to kind of make it my little trade center to move. Sorry. Pausing. Famine. Okay. Alexandria. Let's see. Yeah, I wouldn't want to loot it if I wanted it. Oh. Whoops. Okay. All right. Let the genocide begin. I know, right? God, let's... Oh my God. It is not good to be anyone but Roman. So, well, that's good. At least my rivals. So here's an example. The Austrians aren't getting blistered by province trauma. They're not the ones on the receiving end of the death, right? But they invaded Bohemia, inflicted a lot of province trauma, and then when a famine broke out, it oozed into Hungary and Austria as well. What library are you talking about? I don't see a library. Oh. Gotta admire the bravery. Do I have no leader? What happened to my leader? Yeah, not worth it. I'd like to give out that favor. Okay. So, let's get a leader. How about that? Come on, leader, get there. Come on, I didn't get to experience the fight. He spent his entire life training for this moment, and he didn't get to the fight in time. Okay, so here's an example of why the revised disease mechanics are helpful. Notice how long the siege phases are. If the old disease mechanics were in place here, what would happen? What would happen is that my soldiers would be basically machine gunned down by disease, because every day there would be a 1 in 20, 1 in 10 chance of a disease based on the tick. That's why we disentangled the disease tick from the siege mechanics and instead made it monthly, right? So you didn't have these kinds of bizarre edge cases. The morale is, I mean, their tech is so bad because they've been so corrupted that they can't buy tech. I admit it. I overdid it. I hit him a little too hard. I apologize. Yeah, Mr. Ranger, that's true. So when you do ask for support from the estates, they give you what you need, so that you're not. Ooh, where are the pyramids? Gibby. Oh, we just took Cairo and killed 100,000 people. That was kind of rude. I know only. What? Well, a letdown. So we'll cruise down the Nile since this seems to be some of the only unspoiled areas. Alright, let's... Alright, we got a blockade there ready when we need it. And I'll let you guys resolve this. Like I said, you know, this was obviously pretty darn easy because the Mamluks were so wounded, but you can tell that their wealth has been... Whoa. You know what that means. Do we wait to the ends? Oh, and I got stability. Oh, hello. Alright, let's get over to the unspoiled land over here and give it a good loot. The Oasis provinces. Oops. I think I just destroyed it. Crap. I think I mean, we liked Alexandria better, didn't we? Didn't we? I should have been paying attention. So here's the thing. We're on max loot, different religion, different culture. And I think I just rolled the max damage. And so it literally destroyed every single province. This is like, you know, salting the earth type destruction. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Yeah, let's loot everything. Hey man, this is a good showcase of the mechanics. What are you gonna rename Cairo? Oh, gee, Yeah. No, they're like, please. Okay, let's get to the... There's not much in the Levant left that isn't already suffering from a famine. Oh, man. What have I done? Roman's gonna Roman. So what you saw in Dumyat, unfortunately, is literally the most destruction you can possibly see, I think, in the province. Except if you brought, you know, tribes along, too. Because there's a random seed every time you loot, right? And there's like a 5% chance that you see that kind of destruction, I think. So, not common. Damascus used to be really powerful. Now it's, yeah, we need to ease up on Mamluks a bit on their corruption, because it's wrecking them. Cairo, I guess, kind of got off. Not too bad. Oh, we have a massive loot burden now. Yeah, Miguel, we were thinking about a system where, you know, an event pops up where you can preserve a city of interest, you know? add to the to-do list. It would be too gamey, Ken, to change in the middle of a war, which would make more sense that it would happen when you approach the specific city. Table finding time. You mean all the books from the Library of Alexandria? He's got some really thick books I can make armor out of. Alright, we have raided up the Nile. Hold on, my Slack app is bugging out. Oh no, I have to leave soon. That's a bummer. Well, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna resolve this war, show you what a true looting looks like. And then I'll call it until later, until I get back. Should we loot the desert? No. That's Stefano. That's kind of like people who get sunburns, so they get a tan, so that they won't get sunburned. What's a WC? Kaiman? Kimon M? Yeah, Dumyat, man, that was a big city. It's not anymore. You know, I'd prefer Alexandria to be my de facto capital, though. You know, sometimes you just gotta build up from scratch. Oh, world conquest. No world conquest. You cannot world conquest. You can be super duper awesome. That's a good idea, Petros. Make it more wild. So there can be a risk. You can tell them, like, you can spend Diplo points and be like, don't attack this city, and then they do it anyway. Oh, I captured the Caliph. Can I? Huh. Well, Mamluks aren't going to be paying for the Caliph. What do you think, guys? No, but Granada won't like me, see? If you read down past all those other primitive, unimportant countries, you eventually get to Granada, and it's like they get an Avenge Casus Belli against me. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. Alright, is there just a way to let them go? Whoops. What did I... Okay. Okay. That's unfortunate. Come on. I really gotta end this. Okay. Let's split up. Damascus really ain't got that much left. Suleiman, that is pretty sad. It's like Yeah, actually. Lol, what? We burned them alive on accident. Yeah, it's like, all right, we're gonna let you go now. And then someone flicks a cigarette. All right, floodgates are open. Here we go. I kind of feel sad. I get it's not Granada, so nah, I don't feel sad. Speaking of Granada, oh, they don't like me now. They have no allies. They're vulnerable. Hmm. Okay, so remember guys, we're on a humanitarian mission, fixing the famine problem. They went bankrupt a while ago. Alright, Antioch is pretty much the only relevant place to take now. That already happens, Miguel. Okay, guys, you ready for this? What am I taking? Wouldn't that be great if Mamluks joined the coalition with all of Anatolia and all the Beyliks? Well, it's not exactly everything. So, here's the thing. I don't want a situation where I'm diluting my development by taking a whole bunch of rural population, you know? Besides, I mean, I do want to loot Cairo a second time, don't I? Yes. So, try to get Jerusalem. I could, but that's in Al-Quds here. I'll work on it later. I don't want, I'm doing good economically. I want to build out of it. I don't want to get stuck next to real, actual, capable enemies in remote places that I have to sail ships to and soldiers. Yeah, I think I will. And then I'll make them pay. And I'll transfer trade power too. Why not? I don't have enough merchants, dudes. Crud. How do I get more merchants? I forget. Yeah, it is fine. Get the loots. Antioch? No, maybe later. That could have been a good idea, but kind of have a come from behind type of place. Then take Cyprus. You know what this was? Oh, I feel bad. That loot came from somewhere, guys. That loot came from somewhere. So I did about 30,000 ducats worth of damage in Egypt. So how long will my soldiers be angry at me? Guaranteed to lose 1 stability. Denied soldiers spoils for 20 years. How much stability would I get? Oh Oh my god, 937 gold going to my court. How much is in my court? Okay, so let's my court is gonna get really fabulous really fast. Okay, this is how it works, guys. This is how it works. I mean, the Mamluks, let's consider, was the richest country in the Western world, wealth-wise. So, I mean, I'm not going to be able to take all this wealth again later because it's all gone. If I come back, it's going to just be slim pickings. So I take 3,000, and then everything else, remember, goes back to my provinces for economic development, for farming efficiency. So let's see if my farming efficiency gets any boosts. Middle option. Yeah, but dude, I want a fabulous court. I'll take the stab hit. Shut up, stupid soldiers. You're all rich anyway now. Get over it. You're all rich, but they're like, we want to be richer. Oh. Yeah, why not? Walk through Anatolia. Okay. I guess it hasn't updated yet. Oh, that would be so sad if it didn't give me proper court wealth. Should. It should. I may have to load my game if that's the case. That could be a bug. Here, let me check. Okay, so let me load up here. That was a new feature I added in, so I have to make sure that the court wealth actually makes it to the court. In my variable somewhere. Oh my god, court gross gain, court increase cost, court level modifier, court loot pool, court money dispersed, money endowed. Fuckery. It's bugged. Well, I'm glad we found this. Maybe it was just so much loot that it malfunctioned or something. Okay, I calculate in the census. So... Oh no, but this is loot oriented. Doesn't matter. Okay. Change variable. 40%, so it should be applying. Hidden effects. There it is. So set to loot pool. So, by the way, guys, this is why I wanted the inflation mechanic for having massive piles of money sitting around your treasury. But on the same token, you know, a lot of money needs to come from loot because this is how empires were built historically. Relatively small countries looted the crap out of rich ones and then became super powerful and could field huge armies, you know. This is how it worked. If I were the size of the Mamluks in development and then I looted them, it wouldn't mean as much. I'm not saying the loot pool. I'm taking the total loot pool. Court loot pool. I'm setting it to loot pool. Okay, I gotta figure this out because I need money in court. Set variable, state loot pool. So here's where all the original variables are calculated. Oh wait, you know what? I still need to keep the total loot pool. Yeah, loot pool should at no point be set to 0. So that's correct. Except at the very ends. So loot pool. Oh, this is, sorry, wrong option. Alright, so this is what goes to the state with this option. Based off the total loot pool, you get 30%, right? And an additional 10% goes to the courts. Right, so loot pool goes to court loot pool. 10% of the original loot pool. Then change court money endowed by court loot pool. Oh, you're right. No, you're right. I said it to 0.01. No, you're right. I have not had my afternoon coffee. Good catch. All right, let's go fix it. Right, done. Well, everyone kind of poo-pooed that idea. Done up like a kipper. But that would seem to be the practical way to control crazy-ass influxes of money, you know? And, you know, that kind of thing happens, you know, you hear all kinds of stories in history of, you know, soldiers coming home rich and then just, like, ruining their local economies because they just have all this stuff. Yeah, I agree, Senpei. I'll do that because I want to see my court like go crashing through the roof. Suddenly they'll be rolling around all of the courtiers because they're so stuffed full of rich foods. They're gonna have to rename my king. You know, let's see, what am I? Like Polynike's the rotund. I think, are we still at war? Well, at least I got autosaves. Alright, everyone go home. Buy yourself some nice things. Okay, we already have a fort. We already have some local fortifications. Actually, this is an ideal defensive location. Yeah, Willem, that's what I'd like to do. Okay. I agree. Just because there needs to be a curve, so to speak, for you know, for the power of looting, in my opinion. Yes, the question is, what do we want to build in Constantinople? Ooh, craftsman districts. That'll double my silk. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Let me think. Let me think on it. Maybe I'll wait to build stuff and then you guys gotta tune into the next stream. Yeah, it is. Loot divided by population. That's how it operates currently. KJ's gonna have to work on that, I think. I'm gonna found Trump University in Constantinople. It's gonna be the biggest university. Actually, I really could. Do I want to be richer or do I want to be smarter? Oh, why? Dun dun dun. Fuck. Okay. Here's the thing. So, how Machiavellian is everybody feeling right now? No, but so I can spend a little under half of the money I just earned on dirt-eating peasants, or protect the people, save the people. R.I.P. money. That's exactly how sad I feel right now. Let them eat cake. Let the cake. Yeah, really, how could that happen? How could what happen? Famine? Let's find out. I have a hunch, though. My hunch is, first off, there's going to be high density. There is indeed high density. Okay, and then my second hunch is that we probably have some bad weather. Man. Because remember, we've been seeing famines everywhere. And so it's probably, an entire continent tends to have the same relative weather patterns. Yes, we have the second to worst weather. Yeah. Poor weather. So, not my fault. Density and weather. It happens. England's, remember they had one recently too. Import food from Egypt. What Egypt? We could have brought the corpses home with us. Okay, well, that explains that. You know, I can't just have a nice clean victory. Yeah, the weather tends to be, it tends to work like a real weather system. It tends to be a self-regulating process, so it tends to swing back and forth like a pendulum. But not always consistently in the same way. So it is, I mean, it's just good that this is a pretty bad famine. It's good that it happened now at my zenith. I mean, how much do they really need? True. Yeah, no, you're right. All the important provinces got off the hook. Famine doesn't kill infrastructure. It just damages wealth, specifically in rural provinces, because everyone's bidding up the price of food. People can grow black gold, doesn't it? Spend money, save them, relax. You will recover fully. Everyone wants me to save them, I don't. But think of it from a Malthusian standpoint, guys. If I were to quote unquote save them, it's just gonna continue to prop up all of their population density, right? And then just another famine's gonna come, and then we're gonna have to do this again. You know, we're gonna make them we're gonna make them dependent on government handouts, and then how will I ever make Constantinople burgers? How will I ever make them rich enough to become burgers? You guys you guys just don't understand economics. Bleeding hearts, Jesus. They're people. They grow back. I mean, does money grow? No. You have to make money through hard work. Reproduction isn't work. It's recreation. We just got all this money, guys. Exactly. Basilius, exactly. And let's be honest. How many of these people are Greeks? Oh, a lot of them are. Well, the Greeks have been through a lot of hard stuff. They'll bounce back. Save 1/4. So I don't want to look like a bastard to all of you viewers out there. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, we lost the stream for a minute, and I spent all the money to help the people while you guys were gone. So, happy ending. Everybody's alive. Everybody's happy now. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta move into the new house. Do some stuff for the homeowners association. See, look, famine relief. See, I'm good. I did the best option. Don't do the math. Exactly. Don't do the math. All right, see you guys. So we'll continue a little later. I'll try and get things sorted out. Either later this afternoon. Depends on what I gotta do with the kids. I may have to do some stuff for work. So either this afternoon or tonight after the kids go down. I won't be staying up till 3 o'clock last time though. So okay, I'm gonna go ahead and save my game. We can see the effects of famine play out when we get back, and then I can also build some nifty stuff with whatever I've got left over. I know, only 4 hours. I'd love to keep going. This has been so much fun. Not gonna lie. Oh, you got almost 300 people watching. Yeah, we're up there. All right. This has been a great vacation, everybody. See you next time. What is subbing? Mr. Dano, yeah, let me know what subbing is when you come back, because it might make sense to monetize this eventually so I can get more time to do development stuff. Alright, I'll see ya. I really gotta go.